My name. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ellen Michel. I'm working for GIZ, Pro Klima, a cluster of projects that is promoting green cooling. That includes natural refrigerants and also a focus on energy efficiency. I'm very happy to be here this morning at the COP in Dubai. It's the second day of the Montreal Protocol Pavilion. And we're very happy to have this event this morning looking at cool NDCs, integrating the refrigeration and air conditioning sector into nationally determined contributions. We will have two speakers with us this morning. We have one virtual contribution, and we're very happy to have Leslie Smith with us from Grenada. We're still expecting two more speakers, but logistics are a bit difficult here. It's very crowded, so we will see if they will still be able to join on time to also receive their valuable contributions. To start out with, these are our contributors to the event. We have Irene Papst online, Leslie Smith as the NOU from Grenada, and hopefully we will still have Albert Magalang from the Philippines, the Department of Energy, and Etienne Gonin from UNDP. So to start out with, I would like to present to you one project under the Pro Klima cluster where GIZ is supporting partner countries. The project is called Cool Contributions Fighting Climate Change. It's actually the second phase of this project. And before saying what the project is all about, maybe just a short introduction into cooling in general and why it is important, and why it is important for not only for the ozone layer but also for climate change. And that's also why we're happy to be here at the COP and intend to raise awareness of the importance of the sector. So as most of you probably are aware, cooling accounts for more than 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and the cooling sector is expected to expand rapidly. One of the cooling equipments, air conditioners, precisely is expected to increase from 1.6 billion entities that were counted in 2016, expected to increase up to 5.5 billion by 2050. So that's almost triple. And in addition, to say that more than hope the connection is coming back. More than 1.2 billion people are at high risk because of related threats to their lives and welfare. So these are the effects of climate change as it is already happening. Climate change means the increase in temperature, and what is quite obvious, an increase in temperature is also an increased demand for cooling, for space cooling, but also for cooling of medicines, of agricultural products, of food, and in a lot of different contexts. So another few key figures to show the significance of the sector, of the cooling sector. New air conditioners are being sold, and that is actually every second 10 new ones, expected to be in the next 30 years like this, maybe even more. The IPCC predicts an increase of the global energy demand during 100 years to grow actually 33-fold, mostly from developing countries. And the related part of this increase of residential ACs is actually that the energy consumption might triple until the middle of this century. And that is if no measures of energy efficiency are undertaken. And that would mean that is as much as China and India consume as a total electricity today. So that's quite large numbers, and an expected increase, of course, would be detrimental. So the project is working to address those challenges. The project Cool Contributions Fighting Climate Change has been commissioned by the German government, by the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, and is part of the International Climate Initiative. It has 3 partner countries, Grenada, Costa Rica and the Philippines. And within the project, these 3 partner countries are supported to improving their national structures to enable the integration of the refrigeration and air conditioning sector into the NDCs, into their strategies. And in addition to those 3 partner countries, also support further countries in the application of best practices and methods, in the development of those NDC measures related to the RAC sector, and thirdly, also to develop different concepts, strategic approaches, and publications in cooperation with other relevant institutions. There has been, and it's still ongoing, a webinar series where access for anyone interested is possible. And these webinars look at different elements of integrating the RAC sector into the nationally determined contributions. There are different tools, methods, and best practice examples that are being presented, but then also discussed to enable an improved integration and maybe also more ambitious elements into the NDCs. So the previous webinars have been looking at financing issues, also looking at monitoring, reporting, and verification issues, benchmarking, and there has also been initially actually a call for proposals, so countries that were interested for more in-depth technical advisory services could put forward their interest. All this is available also for further reading and understanding on our website, the Green Cooling Initiative. You can find it under the NDC4 webinars, and there you will be able to find more detailed information. In addition, there is an NDC help desk that is being supported, and in this help desk there's the possibility to answer questions on designing and implementing ambitious nationally determined contributions. And in the help desk you will find on the one hand a contact form to provide assistance. Also there are prepared frequently asked questions and the answers. And there are also different NDC publications and support tools available. I also have some flyers, so if anybody is interested, you might have also take them after the event. And again, also this is linked on the Green Cooling Initiative website, so you can access the NDC help desk from there. There are different publications that you can see here with examples from different countries, but also elements such as benchmarking tool that can be accessed and that can also then be used for the different countries and their own ambitions and integrating different elements. With that short introduction, actually, I would like to hand over to our first speaker this morning. This will be Mrs. Irene Papst, who is working for HEAT. And HEAT is one of the consulting companies very closely cooperating with GIZ in this project. And Irene will give us an insight into the guidelines that have been prepared on how to integrate the RAC sector into the NDCs. Dear Irene, I will try that we see you and the presentation at the same time, and also let me see how that works. Just give me a second. I'm not sure that this will work. Actually, Irina, I think I'll just show you on screen for now, but then probably we will not see you, but hear you. So this is Irina. Maybe just a good morning from your side, and then I will switch over to the presentation. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ellen. Very well, good morning from cold, dark Germany. It's quite early, but I'm happy to be here, to be with you, and to tell you a little bit about our work that we do on how to integrate the cooling sector to the NDC and what kind of where the emissions in the refrigeration air conditioning sector actually are coming from. Of course, that depends a lot on the energy framework, but in many countries we see as an average that 2/3 of the emissions come actually from the energy and 1/3 comes from the direct emissions.
You tell me.
The refrigerants.
Sorry, Irene, you will tell me.
Two categories. Well, I'm on the first slide actually.
Okay, very good.
Emissions from the cooling.
Yes, if you just tell me when to switch, I will do that. Irene, are you there? Okay.
Great. Oh, that means that emissions from the cooling sector.
Irene, maybe if you switch off your camera.
It's a bit slow, but unless I don't hear. Okay, so I hope you can still hear me.
Now we can hear you, yes? Let's try like this.
I was saying that the cooling sector is affecting two emissions categories. Inventories. So one's reported under energy, which reported as cooling emissions, but just any production category. And the second part of the refrigerants affect a category a new sector, category 2.1 of duration and conditioning. So just to keep that in mind, that it's two categories that is affected. Can you switch to the next slide?
Yes. There we go.
Here, so I know what I'm talking about. So the HFCs are reported under several multilateral agreements. Well, they should be part of the greenhouse gas inventories in all countries. Developing countries still have some leeway to not report on HFCs, but we think it's very important to do so, and I'll also tell you why in a second. So the RAC sector emissions are reported under ITPU, as I said, and there is two possible approaches. There's one rather simple tier 1 approach where the bulk consumption that is usually anyway reported under the Montreal Protocol is used for determining emissions. And there's also a more sophisticated tier 2 approach sketched out in the guidelines, where 6 subsector applications in the RAC sector actually looked at in terms of equipment numbers and assumptions on how to then determine emissions. So that's the stream under the net inventory report. Then we have, of course, the nationally determined contributions. In terms of the direct emissions of the and also the indirect efficiency measures. And these measures are there that needs to be reported under the transparency framework, and also, of course, the final come with that. And as a third part, HFCs are very relevant under the Montreal Protocol. The Montreal Protocol actually was dealing with substances that deplete the ozone layer, but since 2016, the amendment and coming into action in 2019, the consumption of HFCs also needs to be reported in CO2 equivalents. on HFC bulk production, import and exports in countries. Next slide, please.
Yes.
So we wanted to talk about how to get the cooling sector into the NDCs. And I'd like to highlight applications where we sketched out a 5-step approach to actually do that. Where we also list a lot of possible steps that could be taken to integrate the cooling sector to the NDC. We also offered a small benchmarking tool to offer an estimate on the test of different measures, and also links to a lot of background information, so trying to bring together the actions, provide background reading for different methods. Of course, everything starts with a solid database to know what you actually want to tackle and also to measure then possible changes. The second step is a comprehensive action plans. The third step is then how to anchor that comprehensive emission measures and plans with other sectors, for example in the energy sector or also in the building sector. And last but not least, at the very end, how to develop a tracking and MRV system of those emissions that meets the requirements of all reporting obligations. And we'll go through that 5 steps in a bit more detail. So next slide, please, Ellen.
Yes.
The first step is on the solid database and baseline setting. So if you're new to that, maybe you also want to check out part of all of the energy efficiency measures, but it could also be that there is really a little chapter on cooling, so there is many different variations. If nothing is there, one could start with, okay, is there actually data on cooling? Maybe as part of the Kigali implementation plan, so part of the Montreal Protocol activities to act on reducing the use of HFCs. There could also be already a National Cooling Action Plan. And of course, it would be many units of air conditioners, of refrigerators, of larger equipment are actually in the country. Of course, that's usually an estimate. And also what energy they consume. So to have a bottom-up approach on what's the equipment there and what then could be done about it. So of course, as when you start, it's important to define the status quo. So when you look at the NDC baseline, necessary to know if HFCs actually are included in that baseline, and if HFCs are reported in the National Inventory Report. Because this is the bottom line and the basis for including it in the NDCs. If it's not reported, it cannot be included. So if there is no HFC reporting in the National Inventory Report, it would be the first step to ask the National Zone Unit about their data, because as I said, consumption data is there, it needs to be reported, and that could be easily integrated into the inventory report. If you're interested on how to do a bottom-up Tier 2 approach, you can look at that linked guideline here. But we're also developing a short publication how to do that in Tier 1. So what are the really specific steps on how to integrate using anyway reported data under the Montreal Protocol for the greenhouse gas inventory. The next slide, briefly talk about the development of a comprehensive mitigation strategy for cooling. So that means, first and foremost, to bring stakeholders together, because there are a lot of different entities affected by the cooling sector, and I have a slide on that on the next one. But what is important is to develop a shared vision and long-term strategy. What's the goal for the cooling sector? Very important in that realm is that's there for cooling and the access to cooling for all the citizens, especially in our warming climate. It's getting more and more important to have access to cooling. to protect the health, but also to protect production and productivity. And of course, the comprehensive cooling strategy can build on the obligations that are mandated by the Kigali Amendment, which means a gradual phase down of HFC consumption. It's a phase down, it's not a phase out at the moment, until 2045. And of course, not only consider the refrigerants, but also the energy use. So that final document of such a process could be a National Cooling Action Plan. And we have linked you two documents here. The one is the general guidance on how to do a National Action Plan that was done by the Cool Coalition in cooperation with a lot of different actors. And the second is the National Cooling Action Plan of Grenada. And I think Leslie will talk about that afterwards, so I won't go into there. I'll just briefly show you on
Please excuse technical difficulties.
We have the same problem.
Sorry, Irina, it was cut a bit. I hope we can get you back.
For economic planning, especially also for the building sector. And since refrigeration air conditioning requires technicians who are well trained and know how to first plan and install, but then also maintain the equipment. So training and vocational training is also very important in that sector. And of course industry with the associations and importers and technicians and retailers. And in the end, it affects every one of us, since every one of us wants to have a fridge, wants to have, depending on where you live, an air conditioner, want to go into a shop and have well-preserved food and vegetables there, so it's a topic that affects every one of us. On the next slide, just a brief glimpse on how a National Cooling Action Plan could be developed. So that's the concept of the developed by Cool Coalition, where it also starts with the conceptual phase and data collection, and then building together and then collecting together different measures, which are then ending up in an overall plan and linking it together with implementation measures. So that just as a glimpse. On step 3, anchoring the National Cooling Action Plan or any plan into the NDC update process is then where there is strong coordination required with the division that administers the NDC, the National Determined Contributions. And when thinking about how to anchor that, you can ask yourself a few questions. Of course, it should be based on what is the plan in terms of the Kigali implementation plan, National Cooling Action Plan, or any energy efficiency strategies. You need to describe the mitigation potential of specific distinct measures. So maybe not the whole plan out of NDC, but just certain measures that can be well tracked and monitored. And in terms of where to anchor that, you could ask yourself, okay, is it more the energy efficiency that's affected, or is it the reducing of the refrigerant? Do we consider that measure as conditional or unconditional? Is there any cross-cutting action or anything else? So that there's nothing set in stone. This is really something that is depending on the measures and the general national procedures. On the next slide, step 4, just want to highlight that it's the cooling sector doesn't stand on its own. So also mitigation potential and mitigation effect is depending also on activities in other sectors. First and foremost, of course, the power sector. There is decarbonization of the grid is happening. Of course, the distinct effect of increasing energy efficiency seems less, but I think we all know that in the overall picture, it's important to do both decarbonization and energy efficiency. Then what is also very relevant for the cooling sector is housing policies. So, for example, the insulation requirements of buildings, because the better insulated and also the better shaded, cooling is more efficient, the cooling load can be reduced. But also general city planning is important because cities can be planned in a way that there is a reduction of the heat island effect and natural ventilation is promoted, and also green areas are promoted to provide natural cooling. And also, as I briefly said before, adaptation is important, and in different areas. So when you think about the cold chain, to reduce food losses on the way from agriculture to the end user, to protect health during heat waves, and also to increase productivity by improving thermal comfort. So step 5 on tracking progress on building an MRV system, which has multiple benefits for many different stakeholders. So of course it's the prime goal to satisfy all different reporting needs in terms of the Montreal Protocol, so that's for the ozone unit, but also for the climate. But also other people are interested in the data, for example, the industry, who wants to know what's going on in the sector, what kind of refrigerants are promoted, what efficiency is. So importers, retailers, manufacturers are interested, and also other national entities like the energy ministries or environmental ministries. So I hope I gave you a short benefits of how to, or what's the benefits of bringing the cooling sector to the NDC. And with that, I hand back to Ellen.
Thank you very, very much, Irene. We could follow most of what you have said. There were some small interruptions online, but we did see the presentation. So I think we did get a very good understanding of a consistent 5-step approach on how to integrate the RAC sector into the NDCs. So this is a suggested procedure, of course. Everyone is free to do it in the most suitable way for each respective countries. And with that, I would actually like to invite to the panel our 2 dear speakers, Leslie Smith, the National Ozone Officer for Grenada, and Etienne Gonin for the United Nations Development Programme. If the internet connection allows, Irene will also be part of the panel. You're back. Very nice. Irene, we can see you, so I hope that you will also be able to hear us. So now we are in the part of roundtable experiences, targets and strategies of countries, with including the RAC sector into the nationally determined contributions. And since we have Etienne, missing something? The mic, yes. We will get the mics, and I can already say I'm also inviting the audience. If you want, if you have questions, please feel free to come in directly. I have prepared some questions for our panel, but please feel free to come in also directly if you would like. We have about 20 minutes for this part, as we have started a little bit late. So maybe to give the mic first to Leslie. Leslie, I would like to ask you first, in 2020, actually Grenada already integrated the RAC sector into the NDCs, and we also see that there's a strong political commitment in Grenada to climate-friendly cooling. So if you could explore and tell us a little bit about what are the goals for Grenada with this approach, and also how did you manage the process of integrating the RACs into the NDCs? Thanks.
So, thank you very much, Eileen, and a pleasant morning to all, those who are here physically and those who are online. Just to say initially, that further to the initial actions that were taken in 2020, in 2022, when Grenada updated its NDCs, we were very pleased when our actions within the National Ozone Unit was incorporated in that update. As a matter of fact, the only new gases that were added to the update in 2022 were the HFCs. In addition to that, energy efficiency, and with particular reference to the cooling sector, was also included within the update of the NDCs, and the strategies of the National Cooling Action Plan were identified as an approach to achieve those ambitious actions. So in Grenada, for example, we have established that National Cooling Action Plan in 2021, and it is a roadmap, and it basically shows the government's commitment where we would have done a qualitative and quantitative analysis of our actions that could be incorporated into the NDCs for much more ambitious actions than what was happening before. In addition to that, having ratified the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and the new obligations that the country has, we had to take a lot more actions and different actions in line with all of those targets that we set. So the primary goal essentially is within the ambits of the Montreal Protocol to achieve that phase-down strategy with reference to the Kigali Amendment. But in order to achieve that, we had to do a number of things. And so ultimately what we want to do in Grenada is to leapfrog those fluorinated high GWP gases that are used in the refrigeration and air conditioning sector and move directly into natural refrigerants. And so what we are going to do in the process is that we are going to lower our emissions with regards to the global warming potential of these gases, and even more importantly, achieve those energy efficiencies, because the indirect effect on our environment is even greater than the direct effect from the refrigerants. So in doing so, we have already introduced minimum energy performance standards for refrigerating and air conditioning appliances, and that is an effort to ensure that the equipment that comes into the country meet those standards and have those levels of energy efficiency. The good or the bad news to that is that these standards were established in 2022, last year. And already we found that they are obsolete because energy efficiency is improving so quickly within the rack sector. As a matter of fact, we were told recently that there has been a 5-time increase in the energy efficiency. So we are currently looking towards revising those MEPs to make them even more ambitious because of the energy efficiencies, I beg your pardon, that has been achieved in the refrigeration and air conditioning sector. Complementary to that is our effort to introduce all these natural refrigerant technologies, and later on I will expound on some of the incentives that we have in place to encourage the uptake of natural refrigerants. But within the National Cooling Action Plan, the policy of the government of Grenada is to leapfrog those fluorinated high GWP gases and move directly into natural refrigerants. The ultimate goal, since you asked about goal, is to make Grenada the first HFC island in the world. And so that's why we are taking so much ambition. HFC-free island, I beg your pardon. That word is very critical. The first HFC-free island in the world. And a lot of the ambitious actions that we are taking are in line with achieving that particular goal.
Thank you very much for this first reply to the questions. To hand over to Etienne, maybe directly. UNDP is also very successfully supporting different countries in introducing the RAC sector into the NDCs. There's a lot of support through trainings, through institutional building. So first question to you would actually be, what do you think could be replicated from this for the NDC process, and do you see any low-hanging fruits?
Thank you very much, and first thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure being here. First time at the COP, so I'm actually learning the rules of the games about the size of the meeting and going from point A to point B. But I mean, also to recognize really the pioneering work of GIZ in this area. That's really the most remarkable work on integrating the cooling into NDCs, and also very proud, very honored to be next to Grenada NOU Leslie, who is really a champion on natural refrigerants and promoting, as you said, HFC-free solutions and energy-efficient ones. as you say, there's a lot of measures that we are taking as part of the Montreal Protocol regular work on strengthening the training institutions that can be also of use and easily replicated. We all know that, for example, the training needs to include training on natural refrigerants. This is now being mainstream in the Montreal Protocol, but that also has a big impact in potentially on the implementation on the climate front. Maybe 3 points that I wanted to highlight in terms of what we can aim for. One of the things is, I think, awareness raising on both sides, in both communities, in the Montreal Protocol and the climate community. I think on the Montreal Protocol we are not yet fully familiar with everything that you presented in the first part of this side event, how NDCs work, you know, how we can contribute to it, how cooling can be integrated, that you have to link to other sectors that are already existing in NDC. So there's all of these things that we need to learn to operationalize. That's one thing. And I think also inside our institutions, we need to do this, you know, within UNDP, for example. I'm from UNDP. These are different teams, so we have to explain how the cooling fits into this NDC process. And same thing, obviously, from the Paris Agreement side. Of course, it's a new element to integrate. Of course, they're familiar with HFCs, but exactly how the cooling sector can contribute is also something that requires some time to really integrate. But I think probably the next phase, upgrading the NDCs, will be a great opportunity to maximize, and we will need the type of methodologies that you have presented and the type of pioneering countries like Grenada that have already taken steps to show to the other countries what can be done. The other part is about I think the national strategies. You have talked in detail about National Cooling Action Plan, but I think it's indeed, as Grenada did in 2021, it's really important for countries, maximum number of countries, to take this type of integrated approach on cooling and to look indeed and highlight during this process what the measures can be taken and integrated into the NDCs. That needs to be really an important part of that process of the NDC preparation. And of course, there's pilot projects that's also important to start also getting the data, validating what actually can be implemented at the national level through demonstration projects, through pilot projects that are showing us the cost, but also the benefits in terms of energy efficiency and replacement of refrigerants. Maybe this I can talk a bit later with some examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Etienne. I'm opening up the floor if there are questions from the audience to the presentation or also to the first explanations and from our two speakers. So please go ahead. Maybe for the live stream, it's also good to speak with the microphone.
Thanks. I just had a question for Leslie. If you could talk a little bit about the data availability for the HFCs. You were talking about HFC free. And I'm just curious about the calculations, like where do you have a good sense of the data? Are you working with other countries in the region? I know that, for example, that Grenada is part of the MRV hub. I mean, I'm just curious because that's always a difficulty with the inventories and the tracking of progress. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this very important question. As a matter of fact, we believe that quality data is very important for driving good decision making. And so we emphasize a lot on that. So what we've done in 2018 is that we completed a comprehensive greenhouse gas inventory for the RAC sector in Grenada. I think we're one of the very few countries in the world that would have done that, a complete greenhouse gas inventory for the RAC sector in particular. And so from that data collection process, using the Tier 1 approach, we were able to create a lot of scenarios and projections up to 2050 in terms of how we should approach the phase down and phase out processes, and how we could use that to build our national cooling action plan. So this baseline data that we collected is what drove us into all of the activities and areas of the national cooling plan and the actions that we have proposed in that cooling plan as well. So that's what we did in 2018. But further to that, we've also conducted other inventory surveys with regards to our Kigali implementation plans, with regards to our non-HFC surveys that we had to do, and even more importantly, with regards to end-of-use treatment of refrigerants, because you know that is an issue that we have to deal with. How do we deal with those gases that are unusable, that are collected and stored? So we've also conducted an inventory on those gases already, and projections have been made how the quantity that is in banks, the quantity that's in service, and how we can approach that. Even a costing has been associated to the disposal of these gases. So all of that had to be done to establish those baselines so that we can make those projections and plans for the future.
Thank you, Leslie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to use the opportunity, because now we run out of time, to just indicate to the persons who are listening and viewing some of the incentives that we had to create to enable our National Cooling Action Plan and our ambitions to become...
That was going to be my question.
And our ambition to become an HFC-free island. Now, and this will be very interesting to you. So what we have done in Grenada is that we have created a lot of incentives to encourage people to transition into natural refrigerants. So for example, in our new legislation, any piece of equipment that is rated from 2 refrigeration tons or 24,000 BTUs and lower would not be allowed to be imported into the country if the global warming potential of the refrigerant is greater than 750. Likewise, for refrigerating appliances, if the global warming potential is greater than 150, it is prohibited from importation. So that's a step towards restricting the importation of HFC equipment. But the real incentives are, if the appliance is operated from renewable energy, or if it has, in the case of air conditioners, if it has a GWP refrigerant of less than 750 and meets the minimum energy performance standards that we have established, there are no duties and taxes at the customs ports for those appliances. Likewise, for refrigerating appliances, if the GWP of the refrigerant is less than 150, and if it meets the minimum energy performance standards again, and powered by renewable energy, and/or again, there are no import duties on those appliances. As a result of that, a lot of the importers are taking advantage of those incentives, and we are one of the only countries in the world where you can now purchase an R290 air conditioner. So there are some appliance shops that actually sell R290 air conditioners. So whereas other regions, even developed countries, have difficulty accessing and making available to the technicians, we already have those available for sale in Grenada. And all that is because of the infrastructure that we've created, the standards we've developed, the energy efficiency standards, the minimum energy performance standards, and the incentives we've created.
Yeah, thank you, Leslie, for explaining this and for showing us that it is possible with very dedicated policy interventions to really move forward and to showcase that it is not necessary any longer to rely on HFCs. There are alternatives, and Grenada is showing that you still have enough capacities and equipments available for cooling, right? So thank you very much for sharing that with us, and also for being such a front runner in moving forward the cooling sector to be less environmentally harmful and also not harming the climate. Another question to Etienne, please, and that would be if you can explain to us how UNDP supports countries in formulation, but also in the implementation, of course, of the ambitions in the NDCs related to the RAC sector. Do you have specific services, methodologies, or tools that you could just tell us?
Yeah, thank you very much. First, maybe on the question also of data, I think an important point, we are at critical time because now the countries are preparing Kigali implementation plans. You know that actually the multilateral fund is funding these national plans on HFCs, and that's a moment where we are doing countries are doing surveys in cooperation with agencies, exactly to know the figures on HFCs. Maybe not always a lot on the emissions, but at least on the stocks, on the consumption. So there's a good synergy there that we can build on. Also, the national cooling action plans are doing quite detailed surveys that allow to get the information on this data. And that's the occasion to actually, although she's on and off, to thank Irene, because she helped us in several national cooling action plans, excellent ones in Lebanon, Nigeria, Uzbekistan. So really, it's nice to hear her on this side event. In terms of projects, example of projects quickly, or best practices, as you mentioned, one that I can mention is one project that will be starting soon in cooperation with UNEP, United for Efficiency. You may be familiar with the standards, efficiency standards that are developed for equipment by United for Efficiency in the cooling sector and other sectors, but particularly in the cooling sector. But we'll be working with them in Ghana and Nigeria in financing with the French Environment Fund on the type of incentives that was described for Grenada. So to support R290 units enter the market, because in many markets it's still difficult to get the R290 to be used. So there will be this element, and also take back mechanism to get the old equipment, so that you make sure that the end of life equipment are properly taken care of, including on the gases. Another project, we are talking quite a lot about it during these 2 weeks, so I'm not going into details, but is Cool Up. Cool Up is an effort funded by the IKI German government that is looking at this sustainable cooling in 4 countries, and that also can help identify policies that can be included, measures that can be included in the NDCs. And I would just mention on UNDP, maybe broader side on the climate, there's 2 programs in particular I would like to mention, because synergy with it could really, further synergy with it could increase the ambition of NDCs in the next years. One is the Climate Promise, which is helping countries in different sectors to upgrade their objectives, their targets in different sectors, so we can further integrate with them the cooling element. They're also looking at the impact, analyzing the NDCs in various countries. And another one is carbon payments for development, CP4D, of UNDP, that has been looking at various financing elements for the NDC measures and how to implement including in the cooling sector. And I would mention particularly the Article 6, so especially bilateral support to developing countries, so cooperation, for example, with Switzerland or Sweden, other countries that are interested in finding projects with strong emission reduction potential, and the cooling sector has, in various regards, this potential for this cooperation. And also in the food sector, agricultural sector, maybe to mention in particular that, for example, the food waste that you can avoid through improved refrigeration with natural refrigerants, energy efficiency, has also an important emission reduction dimension, and that can be a source of financing through the carbon payments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Etienne. Just the last point that you brought up, I would also like to mention that there will be another side event also jointly organized with GIZ, focusing in particular on food waste and food loss, and the potential to actually reduce emissions also in this field. So I take another look at the audience. Would there be any further questions from you? Yes, please go ahead. Just take the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Rakesh Warrior from India. First of all, apologies for joining late, and the loss is on my end. But I heard this very interesting discussion. That's why I thought I should be here. Just one question, just for clarification to both of you. First, you mentioned a very important point about the natural refrigerants. I don't know if I've missed the presentation, but I just wanted to know in terms of the viability, in terms of cost and availability, how does it stand, the natural refrigerants? And Etienne, you again brought up a very pertinent point on awareness, which is very critical. So it can be either behavioral, like for example, where the outside temperature is something and we use air conditioning too. So the behavioral aspect. And second, on the technical aspect. For example, in India, we have the energy ratings. So people are not incentivized really, but we can see the star ratings and then we can actually go for higher energy efficient. So if you can just mention how it will help in taking this further. Thank you.
Thank you for the 2 questions. Who wants to go first?
Okay, thank you again for those important questions. And if I can just speak about the accessibility and cost, so maybe I can look at accessibility first. So that has been a huge challenge for us in terms of accessing the available technologies. And we've had to make extensive requests and to go extensively to do that. So in order for us to be able to access what was available, we had to put standards in place. We had to train our technicians in order to convince the manufacturers that our sector was ready for these technologies that have these safety considerations. So at the moment, we are importing from India and also China, R290 unitary air conditioners. And with regards to the cost, you might be surprised to know that in Grenada, R290 air conditioners are actually cheaper than the F-gas air conditioners and refrigerators. And the reason for that, again, as I mentioned, the fiscal incentives that the government has offered in terms of the 100% concession on duties and taxes at the customs port, that is now passed on to the end users, and that has allowed these equipment to be price competitive and in some instances cheaper than the conventional F-gas appliances.
Thank you. And maybe to Etienne, and then we will have to close.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, in the case of awareness raising, I was mentioning more actually within our organizations, or the ones that are working specifically on ozone and climate. But you're very right, of course. The awareness raising to the general population is also very, very important. And as you say, the labeling of equipment is very, very important. I think just the example that Leslie just mentioned, that R290 units can be, cheaper if you put the proper incentives, is often something that is not known, maybe by the general public, and maybe suppliers are hesitant still about the novelty of the technology. So that there's really an effort here to explain, yes, it's available, it works, and we have financial incentives that can make it really valuable for the consumers. I think it's interesting also to look even in these efficiency standards that are marked by the labeling, as you mentioned. It's important to have some refrigerant categorization in it to rule out the highest GWP refrigerant, so that it's not only looking at the energy efficiency, but also including the dimension. You need to have this, and this minimum requirements in terms of GWP. It needs to be lower than a certain element, and that's actually something that I was mentioning, this Agora project in Ghana and Nigeria, that we are integrating. Also this element, both energy efficiency and the refrigerant global warming potential information to the consumers. Thank you.
So thank you very, very much. We have been signaled that we have to close. I'm very happy that you participated actively. I'm thankful to our speakers, to Irene, to Leslie, to Etienne. If there are further questions, please feel free to continue them without the stage. And wishing you all the best, all of us, of course, for
policies to reach climate targets, uniting on action for sustainable development in Jordan. It's a loaded title, and we have a loaded agenda with many important stakeholders with us today. And we will dive into Jordan's modernization, multi-level commitment to climate and sustainable development. In the panel, although partially only now, but we expect others, we will hear from key actors that play and contribute actively to transition to the decarbonized energy system in Jordan. We have stakeholders from financing sector, from public sector, and from private sector, which makes it even more interesting, because without the interaction of the different stakeholders, it's not possible to talk about an actual real implementation and commitment, I think. And as we talk about implementation, we will hear from learnings from 3 large-scale projects focusing on actual real case examples. We will get insights from Kula program, targeting reducing greenhouse gas emissions with demand-side measures, focusing on cooling. It is a program funded by International Climate Initiative of the German government and a consortium led by Guidehouse, and implemented by our local partner, Royal Scientific Society in Jordan. Then we will focus on international cooperation, looking into a project focusing on solar PV for 100 municipalities in Jordan, a cooperation between Italian and Jordan government. And we will, hopefully, if our speaker arrives, talk about seed project focusing on energy efficiency and renewable energy projects implemented by JRIP, again, and co-author, cooperation between the Canadian government and Jordanian government. So with this, I would like to start. We were supposed to have Dr. Mohammed Al-Kashashne, Secretary General from Ministry of Environment, Jordan, with us today, but unfortunately he couldn't travel. But he was kind enough to record a video and provide his valuable input still. So we will play a short video from Mr. Kashashne to deliver his speech.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. First of all, my apology that I am not attending personally for urgent reasons. Also, I would like to thank the international partners for the continuous support, especially the German government and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, for their cooperation to develop a national strategy for cooling in Jordan, followed by a national action plan to reach the desired goal in line with the international effort. Dear colleagues, refrigeration is essential for development in Jordan as well for the world, as refrigeration is crucial for food security in Jordan and the world, and an availability of refrigeration at time is responsible for losses of 30% of the food in the world. Applications in space cooling, refrigeration, and in various sectors are an integral part of modern life. This importance stems from its role in maintaining thermal comfort in homes, offices, healthcare centers, and food hygiene, as well as preserving goods and supporting industrial processes. However, Jordan's arid and semi-arid climate, especially during the summer months, poses challenges to the human health, productivity, and overall quality of life. Particularly affecting vulnerable groups such as the elderly and sick and children, while refrigeration is recognized as a global essential service vital to health, well-being, and productivity. National policies emphasize its importance. In addition, besides enhancing residential comfort, refrigeration holds economic value, particularly in ensuring reliable cold chain for food safety and reducing food losses, supporting healthcare by keeping patient and medicine cool, and contributing to the sectors such as tourism and office buildings. As Jordan's population and GDP grow alongside rising temperature, demand for cooling in these sectors is expected to increase significantly. Jordan's pursuit for sustainable cooling is aligned with its broader sustainable development goals, offering a multifaceted solution that enhances climate resilience, resources efficiency, reduces greenhouse gas emission, and raises overall quality of life. This approach involves three strategies pillars, including reduce cooling demand by building efficiency, improving energy efficiency in devices, switch to the natural refrigerant by positioning itself as a regional model for sustainable cooling. Jordan effectively meets demand for cooling while remaining committed to its environmental commitment and goals. This harmonizes a synergy between sustainable cooling and national goals contributes significantly to fulfilling Jordan's obligations under the Montreal Protocol and the Kigali Amendment. The economic also modernization vision, the national determined contribution, and their pursuit for sustainable development. The Jordanian Ministry of Environment plays a vital role in leading the country's quest to find a sustainable cooling solution. As a sponsor for environmental stewardship, the Ministry is committed 2, comforting the challenges posed by the cooling technologies while maintaining the decade environmental balance by coordinating policies, regulation, and initiatives. The Ministry is striving to assure the new era of cooling practices that align technological advancement with the environmental responsibility. This proactive approach not only contributes to reducing carbon emission and energy consumption, but also confirms Jordan's commitment to the promoting a resilient and sustainable future. In line with this commitment, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is a party to Montreal Protocol and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and has ratified all relevant all relevant agreements and protocols, as well as subsequent amendment. Jordan ratified the Kigali Amendment in October 2019 to phase out HFCs used in refrigerations, air conditioning, firefighting, and resorts. Jordan HCFC phase out plan aims to fully phase out of HCFCs by 2030. By 2013, the plan aims to freeze HCFCs consumption at the baseline level, which is the 2010 average. By end 2015, there is a target to reduce consumption by 10%, followed by 35% reduction by 2020, and significant reduction of 67.5% by 2025. The ultimate goal is to complete phase out HCFCs by 2030. Regarding the plan to phase down HFCs, Jordan is determined to achieve an 80% reduction in HFCs from 2045. In 2024, production and consumption of HFCs will be frozen with a zero reduction target that will last until 2028. From 2029 to 2034, as first step, the target is a 10% reduction. The ambition increase from 2035 to 2039 as step 2 with a reduction target of 30%. In the next phase, from 2040 to 2044,
Finished, I think. Yeah. Thanks again to Dr. Mohamed Al-Kashahne, still making it possible to bring his input to the event, although he had to cancel his travels last minute. So with this, I would like to move to Dr. Radmi Hamze, Executive Director of Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund. I still need to check the paper. To tell us about a bit activities of Sharif. I think you have a small video to showcase. Yeah, and then we can move into questions maybe.
تشجيع استخدام الطاقة المتجددة وتبني مفاهيم ترشيد الطاقة في العديد من القطاعات.
قام الصندوق بتصميم حزمة من المشاريع المتعلقة بترشيد الطاقة والطاقة المتجددة والتي شملت كافة القطاعات على رأسها القطاع المنزلي. الهدف من كل هذه البرامج هي إحداث أثر اقتصادي واجتماعي مباشر على المواطن.
كانت تجينا الفاتورة تقريبا 7000 دينار شهري وحاليا انخفضت الفاتورة لصفر. 600 يعني النص.
هذا المشروع فرق معنا كثير، خاصة بفاتورة الكهرباء كانت بتزيد عن 2000 و2400 دينار في المواسم، اليوم احنا بندفع زينا زي اي بيت من البيوت العادية.
تعاوننا مع صندوق ترشيد الطاقة على تغيير نظام الميكانيك في الفندق كاملا. زادت عندنا العمالة ووفرت 50% من تكلفة الكهرباء على القطعة الواحدة مقارنة بالخطوط السابقة اللي احنا استخدمناها.
المكيف عمل على توفير الجو المناسب لاستقطاب الطلبة واستقطاب المعلمات.
من خلال استغلال المبالغ المتوفرة في تنمية المجتمعات المحلية واستغلالها في برامج تدريبية والحفاظ على الطبيعة.
خدمنا تقريبا ما يقارب 100 عائلة استرسالات، خدمنا تقريبا من 8 9 عائلات تركيب أنظمة الطاقة بمعدل 3000 دينار لكل عائلة.
Yes, that's really impressive to see what has been achieved and what a successful program it was. So maybe if you can share some success stories, some key learnings, what incentives, what initiatives worked best in increasing the PV and solar hot water uptake? Thank you.
Thank you, Nate, and thank you, my friends, for arranging this gathering and side event. We are proud at the Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund at Ministry of Energy of our cooperation and working with different partners in the MENA region. And actually this kind of partnership helped Jarif and helped Jordan to implement important projects impacting different sectors, including also creating a direct social economical impact. And that's been very comprehensive in different sectors, starting from the governmental building and tourism sector, municipality sectors, that we are cooperating with the government of Italy, Minister of Environment. We are appreciating very much their support with this project actually, which is impacting our municipalities to increase their, competitiveness, working edge with their local communities, and increasing their services in a better way. As well as, of course, we have the tourism sector, agriculture sector, worship places, and of course, schools, governmental schools, that we are creating comprehensive EE and RE mitigations. What I would like to say here, we just show some of the sectors and exactly what we do. Since 2015, we implemented a project with more than 15 million GOD in different projects. And the financial mechanism here is very important, as well as communicating with the sectors in order to ensure that they are on board with you. When we start talking about climate change and climate, issues, mitigation, adaptation, not everybody's really have that kind of comprehensive, understanding. What's that mean? In 2015, after Paris, we started heavily promoting the sustainability issues to ensure that at least our partners who are working in different governmental sectors, including the policymaker, and including, even the decision makers at the cabinet table, they understand exactly what they are talking about, because we need to include. And here we are talking about the state role. which is very, very important. Without state role, we can't accomplish well. As well, you need to communicate with your local NGOs. You need everybody on board. With your research center, you need with the companies itself whom implementing the project. We need to ensure that the contractors that they are implementing EE and RE mitigations, really they are qualified to do that. So this chain is very important in order to ensure that you are effectively implementing your project in your country. The second issue, which is that you need to be, for a country like Jordan, to be in touch and ensure with the updates of the, let's say, KPIs for your region, for your country, regarding the CO2 and climate change issues, which is very important. Without a very clear communications and partnership, you can do that. And we are realizing recently that a country alone, they can't solve, any country in our region, they can't solve their energy problem and environmental problem alone. So we need this kind of cooperation closely. And we are appreciating really the MENA cooperation in this side. And this is very important. And I would like to highlight all the efforts from the EU Commission countries in our region with the MENA. It's very important. And in the past 2 years, actually, the fact that we need to depend on each other is very important regarding the energy future and the sustainability. And personally, Hale, I would like to thank a lot the government of Italy and Ministry of Environment for their deep involvement, with the MENA region, and they are really following up, and trying to achieve the international, sustainability KPIs through their projects and through their intervention. I will stop here, and I would like to mention final statement that we are focusing now on energy efficiency mitigations a lot. We are working on cooling and heating strategies, and we are part of the global ABC building and building breakthrough. And we are glad that at this COP there will be an announcement about this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Razmi. Thanks so much. Those were very important to understand what works well, and especially underlining the importance of international partnership. So I would like to actually now switch to Mrs. Roberta Ronzitti with your nice conclusion, Director from Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy, to talk about the importance of international partnership and how it works in Jordan, please.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to congratulate to His Excellency Mr. Kashneh on the adoption of the National Cooling Strategy in March 2023 and the launch of National Cooling Action Plan and Cool Up for its work. So also I would like to extend a warm thank to Razmi Ahmed, who was really, really nice with us. And I was in a mission here, and it was really a wonderful host. Thank you very much. Also for the job that you do constantly every day. And I would like also to thank engineer Rafat Assi. Thank you very much. And Mohammad Ramadan. Thank you very much for that. So thank you. I'm really happy to be here. I'm Roberta Ronzitti. I'm the Director for International Environmental Cooperation at the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security. We have a pretty big cooperation all over the world, bilateral, multilateral, but we are really happy for the cooperation that we have with Jordan, because what we found out is that way they work is really comprehensive, and all is they are adopting integrated policy. work in synergies. So what happens is every time that they work on something, they have a sort of scale up in other sector, and this is what I think cooperation and good work should be done. So in relation, you asked me what international cooperation can do in this sector. First of all, is pretty much everywhere finance is important because transition need money, and we know that. Hopefully this COP has already given good news since the beginning. We hope that there's going to be news in the next days. But the international finances is important, but yet it has not to come alone because it needs synergies and coordination among all stakeholders. So when I'm talking about national financing, I'm talking about public money, but also private sector. This is really important, and Mr. Erasmus also said that private sector is the most important part of the job, I think, because without them locally, there's no development. And the development is the first step to change the situation. Also because we are facing many challenges. I think, unluckily, every day that we open our eyes, there's a new challenge that we have to face. We just finished to treat with tackle the old one, and there's a new one. So it's a really compelling word. And cooperation, coordination among all stakeholders may help us not only to catalyze money to important and well and good project, but will also help us not to have duplication, because what happens is that sometimes there's not availability of resources, but those resources are not catalyzed in a good manner. So in relation to what Italy is doing in this year, we, as I said before, we have a bilateral cooperation. For example, with Jordan, we closely work together in a really close relationship and partnership. So together we try to find out which are the sector that they may need more attention, how to prepare a project proposal that is well designed, also monitoring the progress of the project and how we can also evaluate the impacts of the project, because that's also an important part, because sometimes what happens is that the impacts are not well considered at the beginning of the project proposal. So this is an important part of the job. So we also have a platform for technical assistance that we can provide to third country, so that are able to, we want to support them to be able to design, to write this proposal, trying to understand how the project that they want to submit could be written in an integrated way, so that could have impacts also in other sectors, because transition has cost especially on the most vulnerable people. It was really interesting in video, listen to all the people. They were really, they were appreciated the solar panel. The thing that they also said is that what I appreciated the most is that cost less on my bill. So this is an important part, because we have to first also work on an education of people. Sometimes education culture, it needs more time to be developed. So a country, the policy of a country are really important in the sense that if they afford a less costly transition to the most vulnerable people, the transition will be easy and has can go at a faster speed. Of this. And we also, as Italy, we launched the Italian Climate Fund last year, and this is a finance fund, goes more on concessional law. It was part of grant loan, but it is we provide with 550 million euro for the next 5 years. We can finance projects all over the world, but the is going to be 75% of those resources are going to Africa and MENA region. So this is pretty much what I think the international community can do. So just to sum up, coordination is the important part, and stay in third country in capacity building so that they can move ahead by themselves, hopefully one day, so they would not need us anymore. That's my final wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberta Ronzitti. And one more question, because this international finance usually works as the seed to ignite some change and transformation in the countries. This is obviously successfully happening in Jordan. How can the experience in Jordan be used as an example for other countries in MENA region, also beyond?
Yeah, I think that based on that, on this expertise, Jordan should try to have a pivotal role in the region, so that also maybe we can also think of doing something together, thinking of some regional project together, some policy project, something like that, that we can try to spread a little bit farther what you have done also in other countries, so that that approach could be also be useful in other country region. So I think this should be the yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That is one thing that we're trying to do in COOL-UP program. We have 4 countries in the region, Jordan being one, and really implementing flagship projects like the National Cooling Action Plan and technician capacity building. So happy to hear that there's also other opportunities to take Jordan's experience and scale it up in the others. Thank you very much. Then I would like to move to Mr. Engineer Rafat Asi, Vice President of Royal Scientific Society, who is the national implementing agency in COOL-UP program, which we work in close cooperation with, to tell us how RSS is contributing to the transition, maybe a little bit about your experiences in COOL-UP program and the importance of sustainable cooling, please.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this event. Since we don't have so many Jordanians here, only Dr. Rasmi and Mr. Muhammad, I'll talk a little bit about the Royal Scientific Society, my organization. RSS is an independent national science organization. It is non-for-profit, non-governmental organization established in the year 1970 by a royal decree, and we are working to serve the development process in Jordan. And we work hand in hand with the government as well as with the private sector and industrial sector and all international partners and science community outside Jordan all over the world. We have like 650, more than 650 employees working in different sectors and departments. One major sector is the testing and standardization, where we have more than 45 nationally and internationally accredited labs. We also test everything at RSS. And these labs support the technical centers. We have different technical centers, especially on sustainability. We have 4 centers: Water, Environment and Climate Change Center, NERC, National Energy Research Center, BRC, Building Research Center, and Science for Society Center, because it's important, I mean, to have science serving the community and the communities. So in addition, we have ICT, of course, and we have a dedicated center where we have some PhD holders doing just research. For sustainability, since we are in the COP of climate change, I would like to highlight some activities related to climate change. Of course, we work hand in hand with Ministry of Environment and Government to meet their obligations in terms of climate change, where we involved or we prepared most of the national communication and biennial update reports, and we did, scenarios analysis for updating the NDCs for Jordan, and we did prepare the concept for LTS, long-term strategy, pathway to zero emissions. And in fact, I have been involved myself. I have been the director of Water and Environment and the Climate Change Center for more than 10 years. I have been the project manager of second national communication and major part of mitigation analysis. The third national communication, and I led also the effort in preparation of the two biennial update reports issued by Jordan. We are working with local subnational organization with municipalities, project, and another EU-funded also project will be started soon with Ministry of Environment. And FAO, we are working on LDN, land radiation neutrality, and we will do the baseline in northern of Jordan, and then we will start preparing restoration actions as well. And we also, with the support of UNIDO and EU, we are working on resource efficiency in the industrial sector of Jordan. We have implemented since the year 2015 around 20 pilots there, and then, recently we'll also signed a new agreement with EU fund also to do another 15 pilots with Jordanian industry. So RSS, other organization, we work as I mentioned with the government, with the private sector, with the industrial sector, and with all stakeholders, with CPOs, with the youth, women, and all communities in Jordan to do work. Proud also to say that we are the partner of the implementing partner of Cool Up program. The Cool Up program started in December 2020 and will go on to January 2027, I think. It's for almost 6 years. And first, we are working hand in hand and in direct consultation with Ministry of Environment, and with their support. I mean, without them, we cannot do anything, in fact. And Dr. Khashashna mentioned how much we are working together. And we have prepared so many publications and reports. Just to name a few of them, regulatory analysis in Jordan regarding RAC sector, cooling sector status report, and catalog of technical solutions for sustainable cooling, finance market assessment, and MENA region cooling status report. So we are working with all stakeholders, banking sector, with the government, with the industrial sector, and all stakeholders. In fact, we have held 4 country meetings during the year 2022, 2023, having all the stakeholders on board. And with regard to communication and dissemination, we, together, of course, with Guidehouse, we participated in the MENA Climate Week in the year 2022 and this year with COP27, and we are here in COP28, and many activities and events, including Istanbul Regional Conference last year also, and active in social media as well. And of course, Dr. Khashashni mentioned about the policy side, and that we are happy to say that the national cooling strategy has been launched, and it is now fine-tuning, I think, for it, I think. And we will start soon doing the demo projects in Jordan. I think there will be 2 or 3, I believe, two demo projects, and I mean, will start soon, inshallah. As a result of implementing this cooling, we are, since I think half a year or so, we are cooperating with Europe to prepare Kigali implementation plan for Syria. So this is, like a byproduct of this project. So this is in brief about RSS and our involvement in cooling up program.
Thank you very much, Engineer Rafat. Indeed, sustainable cooling acceleration in Cool Up in Jordan going pretty well from our perspective as well, looking into all our targets, indicators, and what you're doing in the ground. And it's also to hear that these learnings are now being transferred into another country, which is really the core project actually to enhance this. Thank you very much. Upscaling, definitely, yeah. So with this, I would like to turn to Mr. Mohammed Ramadan, team project leader from Co-Water International, to talk about SEED project, which is funded by Canadian government, I think, and with cooperation with Jarif, to tell us about more on supply side decarbonization of the sector.
Thank you very much. Actually, I came late, so I will try to make it some little fun with you. So I will give you some exciting information about SEED. I wrote down some notes in order not to forget, because it's a huge project. It was an 8-year journey project in Jordan, and 5 minutes will not be enough to describe the 8 years. But I will do my best to summarize the whole journey within these 5 minutes. I'm extremely thankful for the invitation to talk about the journey of SEED. SEED, which started in 2016 and is next March. It's an outstanding initiative funded with 26 million Canadian dollars, implemented by National, specifically targeting 2 areas in Jordan, Ajun in the north and Deir Allah in the Jordan Valley. Approach has been the main foundation of our success, showing the deep impact of community-focused, responsive development. As I look towards the future, my hope for Jordan transition to sustainable development are filled with optimism and resolve. At core of this vision is the empowerment of our communities, especially the youth and women, who are the driving force of change. I see a future where sustainable practices, particularly in energy use and carbon reduction, are not just policies, but a way of life. This means further investing in renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives, ensuring they are accessible to all, regardless of their social economic conditions. An essential part of this journey is continuing collaboration and support from both local and international partners. We must build on the momentum that projects like SEED have created, empowering the energy and innovation of our people. My dream is to see Jordan not only meet its climate targets, but to set an example for the region in sustainable development. This includes creating more jobs in the green sector, focusing on environment where sustainable startups can survive, implementing educational programs that install deep understanding and commitment to the environment protection in our future generation. In this transition, every small step counts, whether it's household installing a solar panel, youth or women starting a green business, or policy that supports sustainable practices. Each action contributes to a larger, transformative goal. I hope that we continue to support our communities with sustainable solutions, leveraging our strength and learning from our challenges to create a strong, sustainable Jordan, a sustainable Jordan for all. One of the things that we learned from SEED project was how to turn our challenges also into opportunities. At first, many local people were unsure about what we are going to do. Their doubt made us work harder to talk and listen to them, to understand what they need, and also to understand what they are worried about, and change our plans to make them feel more included. This effort changed doubts into support, which was important for our success in this project. We also faced problems, like not having enough resources and old infrastructure in these communities. We work in these communities and areas that we work in. Instead of seeing this as just a problem, we used it as a chance to come up with a new and smart, creative solutions, to do more with less money. This is how we do it in SEED. This not only helped us right away, but also set up a strong foundation of our community to keep improving on their own, because sustainability is more important from any other points that I mentioned before. Sustain solutions to these communities. They can survive, they can continue the journey without extra help in the future. I will take 1 minute only, and I will close. Another challenge was the changing economy, international crisis, conflicts in the regions, COVID, both in Jordan and around the world. These changes made us stay flexible and quickly adjust our plans to fit the new situations. This ability to change quickly didn't just keep our project going, it also taught us a lot about how to make future projects stronger and more able to deal with the challenges. Looking back, each problem we faced helped us to do better. These challenges made us think more creatively, involve more people, and become stronger. In the end, they turned into chances for us to grow and do more, and do better also. I encourage you at the end of this event to scan my business card. There's a QR code. You can scan it. Once you scan it, you will be directed to a drive where you can have our infographs, our videos, and our achievements in this project. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Well, this was really inspirational, and especially your approach to communities. And there is growing literature showing that if a person has adopted a sustainable technology, that it's more highly likely that they are going to be positive about investing in another one. So there is a lot of potential in this project to work along the line. If they are happy with a supply option, there's a lot of things to be done on the demand side, be it cooling or heating, whatsoever. So thanks for everyone joining our session. I think it's been very valuable. And every speaker we have in the panel had to fight through the monstrous queue outside on top of their busy agenda. So special thanks also for making it here on time. Of course.
One sentence. We are going to duplicate the seed project next year, and hopefully in April, in the same basis, cost sharing with Jarif, and a kind grant from the government of Canada, and Co-Water will implement this project through that. And we are going to, after 2 days, we will sign a new MOU with the Ministry of Environment with a kind continuous support from the government of Italy. So we are proud of this to continue, Roberta.
That's a delight. Thank you very much, Dr. Razmi, for also letting us know what is ahead of us. So I would like to close the session. Thank you very much for joining us and for your contribution.
All right. So I know it's a little loud. You'll all probably be able to hear us better if you use the microphones that have, the earphones that have been placed on your seats. Welcome to this session. I'm hoping it gets a bit more crowded. We need temperatures to go up slightly, talking about cooling. So on behalf of the COP28 presidency, Sustainable Energy for All, United Nations Environment Program, and the Cool Coalition, we're organizing this session tackling the criticality and focusing on the need for data when it comes to sustainable cooling. I'm Shikhab Haseen. I am a senior advisor at the Cool Coalition based out of UNEP, and I'm also an advisor to the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water. And although this pavilion, I assume, has an audience that's very well aware of the sustainable cooling transition and the challenge that we face, I do want to sort of highlight that one of the pieces of work that we're going to be publishing as the Cool Coalition with our partners on the 5th of December. It's the Global Cooling Spotlight Report, where we've actually seen that between 2022, so last year, and 2030, right, which is now 7 years away, we stand to see a doubling of emissions, if cooling goes in a business as usual trajectory, and that number is going to triple by 2050. In a similar vein, if you look to the development impact, our partners at SE for All have put out incredible data that tells you the size of the in-access problem and how many billions of people don't have access to cooling and not to sustainable cooling and face immense risks as a result of it. Similarly, at a national level, organizations like CEW, the kind of data that they put out, for instance, the modeling that they did, actually supported the government of India in being able to successfully negotiate for agreeing to the Kigali Amendment back in 2016. So I think the need for data, while it is self-explanatory, I think also requires focused attention. And I'm really glad, that I have this incredible panel here, and we are going to be joined by one more person. She's on her way now. And I think the important thing to realize is that not only are all of you experts and part of the implementation of the sustainable cooling transition that we're seeing globally, but are also representing organizations, and your work has helped shape that sustainable cooling transition that we're seeing. And so to formally welcome, we have Dorothea, who's here, who's an international senior advisor at Concito. We have Bishal Thapa, who's the India director at CLASP. We're going to be joined by Amanda, who is the managing director for international programs at NRDC. And we're going to have a panel discussion with the three of them. And following that, we'll have Brian, Mr. Brian Dean, who is the director for energy transitions at Sustainable Energy for All. And as part of his closing remarks, it'll also be really good to hear, what SE for All is up to. So maybe just to then kick this off, I'll turn to you, Dorothea, and ask you to take that metaphorical step back for all of us in this conversation and talk a little bit about what the criticality really is for data when it comes to cooling.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to speak here today. Let me start off with 2 words about Concito. It's a green Danish think tank that is promoting Paris-aligned climate action and synergies to sustainable development. We are a knowledge-based organization that is partnership-oriented. We base everything we do on data and analysis and use that as a platform for influencing policymakers and policies, both in Denmark, at the Nordic level, in the EU, and globally. To illustrate part of what we do, I take it you all know the UNEP gap emission report. That is coordinated by Concito in close collaboration with UNEP and for UNEP, of course. So that is just to illustrate that we have a variety of priorities and trademarks. In terms of data and cooling, basically, as is the case with all other climate-related issues, data is absolutely critical. And particularly if we want to respond in a Paris-aligned way to what science tells us in terms of urgency for action and implementation and upscaling of activities, reliable, systematically collected, transparent and available data is absolutely critical. And of course that doesn't go for cooling alone, but it goes for all climate-related issues. It's critical to understand the issue, the magnitude of the challenge, and to actually be able to respond adequately by policy making, legislation, regulation, to ensure evidence-based implementation, to monitor progress and make adjustments, but also for holding policymakers accountable and avoiding greenwashing. So the need for data is absolutely critical. Finally, I think at this time, another dimension might also be pertinent to mention, and that is to avoid misinformation and fake news. Basically, we experience that even science is being put into question. So verifiable data is actually very important. It's critical, but it's not in itself sufficient to ensure action, which the IPCC reports, the emission gap reports are examples of. We all know the state of affairs, we all know the urgency, and still we are far from where we need to be in terms of decarbonization. So that is also why Concito chose to support the development of the Global Spotlight report on cooling, the first of its kind. We simply need data at all levels. And our impression is that it takes, that there's an increasing need to actually demonstrate that climate action and sustainable development goals can be integrated, that they can be mutually supportive. It's a feeling that becomes necessary both in the global south and the global north, so that we need to talk about win-win situations and not addressing cooling actions in a sort of narrow silo. To my mind, cooling is an excellent example of this. And that is basically because cooling can be considered a Swiss army knife or a multi-purpose tool for climate action and sustainable development. It's an energy issue, it's an emission issue, combining renewable energy, energy efficiency, electrification can actually both reduce energy consumption, emissions, reduce dependency on fossil fuels, increase energy security. It's a food issue, food security issue, food waste issue. It's linked to nutrition. It's a health issue, keeping pharmaceuticals, keeping health centers cool. The same goes for vaccines. It's an issue that relates to productivity of our societies. So it is covering a broad range of sustainability development goals and objectives, and can be seen as a contributor to that. Finally, it's evidently also a matter of creating sustainable, livable cities. It's about urban planning, it's about buildings, it's about organizing the way we live in a different way. So I believe when we talk about data, it's not sort of cooling narrowly. It's basically how can we actually secure data for documenting the co-benefits of investing in cooling. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothea. And I think it's also really important to point out that actually the data for all of those co-benefits is so sparse, right? And we can talk about creating things like framework regulations, such as cooling action plans. But unless those line ministries that are working on health, that are working on agriculture, don't see the direct linkage and the level of impact that cooling will have on their work directly, and you need data for that, these will just be important to have regulatory frameworks, but the implementation will depend a lot on how quickly we're able to get that information to them. I'd like to formally welcome Amanda Maxwell, who's here with us, fresh off the runway. And maybe I'll turn to you, Vishal, next. Because CLASP has developed and continues to run some of the largest databases that exist globally on energy efficiency. And I think all of our programs in some way or another rely on the kind of data that you all put out. Can you maybe talk us through some of these databases, and what are, more importantly, the tools and methods that CLASP uses to keep these as updated as you do?
Thank you, Sika. Thanks for the question, and again, thanks for the opportunity to be here as well. CLASP works quite intensively with data as part of our effort to provide the evidence base to support policymakers. And maybe one way I can lead into the response to the question you asked is to pick up on the point you mentioned, which is how do you get line ministries to start responding? And I work in India, I work quite extensively with policymakers in India and in the region. And what I find is, the word that we often use, political will. We got to galvanize political will. The question is, how do you galvanize political will? How do you get political will to actually come to a point where action can be taken? How do you empower change makers? And obviously data is one of them. And data helps to reduce the uncertainty, it helps them give confidence, it helps them know that as they make decisions, it's not something that will backfire. And I think from that point of view, we're looking to build our data sets. So CLASP works quite extensively on several of those data sets. And I want to just highlight a few areas that some of our key focus in terms of how we look at this data. So let me segment it into sort of three broad categories. The first one is policy planning. The second is policy making, and then the third is policy effectiveness. So if you look at data, we're really sort of going through the entire process of policy making, so the development of policy. So on policy planning, our largest tool is called MEPC, and I'll just talk about that in a little bit. In sort of the policy making process, the data set that's used quite extensively is the world's best MEPS, or minimum energy performance standards. And then there is a tool called the CLASP Policy Resource Center, which kind of straddles both of those. There is also tools like Verosol, which supports the policy making process. And then on the policy effectiveness, there is a compliance tool set. How do you get policies to be not just effective from a compliance point of view, but also where it's most widespread in its effectiveness. So let me talk briefly about MEPSI. MEPSI is a tool that is a fairly large database, covers 162 different countries. 8 appliances currently controlled is represented in there. And what it is most useful for is to look at policy prioritization. So it gives you an extensive forecast stretching up to 2060 now. It used to be up to 2050, 2060, stretching up to 2060, that looks at what could be the impact of these efficiency policies. So you could run multiple scenarios. You could look at, emission savings. It really gives you a sense of if I have a short period of time, and this is where policymakers are faced, right? They're all resource constrained. They get 1-2 opportunities. So you want to go after the biggest things possible. Let's do the most good in the shortest possible amount of time. And this is one way to try to characterize that. Once you've gone through that process, the next step may be to look at, okay, what is the exact policy I make, which is where the world's best MEPs might be useful. And there we tracked 6 appliances across 10 economies, 5 in the developing world, 5 in the OECD countries. And it looks at the specific minimum energy performance standards across all of them. It allows you to compare, it allows you to benchmark, and says, if I'm trying to push for policies, how could is the other countries comparative? Can I use it or not? So that's the second sort of tool, and it directly relates to what might be the policy I put. So very specific, right? It puts that. Then the third one on policy effectiveness is around compliance. So how do you get policymakers to look at building compliance opportunities or processes and systems? Compliance is extremely expensive. To give you an example, in India, for instance, the Auditor General had said compliance of the standard labeling program was very weak. It led to a significant improvement and overhaul in some of that processes. So these tools that we have looks at what are the kinds of steps other countries are following, where you go from no cost to low cost measures to fairly significant cost measures where you begin to test, and this database provides that. So while these databases look at a wide range of products, not just cooling is obviously a big focus across all of them. And there's more, so I'm just touching those 3 things that are the most important sort of big data sets. And obviously data is only good if we can use it. And we're seeing applications. So for example, we just recently launched a study that is a big focus of our current objective in COP, is to try to highlight that, called Net Zero Heroes, which looks at 10 appliances and why improvements in those appliances would lead to, is absolutely necessary, and where ambition for that. And that's an application that comes from that data, right? We also looked at a recent study around dumping in Southeast Asia, again, drawing from some of that data. So these applications is used by our teams in India, Indonesia, China quite actively as we're engaging with policymakers. And we think it's an extensive resource. And the only way that I know update is you got to put people on it, and there's no other way, I guess. AI is still trying to catch up with how to get hold of all that data. Yeah.
Or just get an army of RAs. Amanda, you're here on behalf of NRDC, which I think has been one of the earliest champions of sustainable cooling globally. And there's a lot of very interesting size of the problem data that NRDC puts out, right? The most recent one was the life cycle refrigerant management number that came out of NRDC earlier this year. And I want to hear from you from an organizational, strategic perspective, right? Like, what is the what and the how of data, that NRDC does, and how does it actually help you do what you do on the ground?
Thank you, Shika. I apologize for being late, and also I apologize because I sound like this today. I don't know. I woke up and I sounded like this, so I'm sorry. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think this is a great topic. We don't often get to talk about data at these kinds of events and conferences, and data is like the crutch for everything that we do. your question speaks directly to NRDC's sort of core work and core values, and I think we certainly subscribe to the CLASP approach to data, which is that data, when you're developing policies or any type of solution really to environmental issues, whenever you want to push the needle, you need data for like the whole life cycle of that policy or that solution. So you need it in the beginning to figure out what is the problem, what is the gap, what can we do, who is being impacted. You need it during the actual execution of a policy, right? To be able to say, oh, how is this working? Do we need to make adjustments here or there? And then you need it at the end to evaluate and assess and see how you can scale or how you can improve it. And so the project that you mentioned, Shika, the life cycle refrigerant management, LRM, we worked with two really fantastic partners, the Environmental Investigation Agency and the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development, to publish this report. And it was sort of a global look at all of the fluorocarbons that are out there already, and those that have yet to be sold, but that are sort of baked into the HFC phase down process, according to Kigali. And what we found was there were, when you total all that up by 2050, that's 60 billion tons of CO2 equivalent emissions just from those. And that's according to the phase down schedule. That's like a good, assuming everything goes well. By the end of the century, it's 90 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. So what we did was we basically took that number and figured out what are the actions, what are the things that governments can do to really address that, try and mitigate all of those emissions as early as possible. And so life cycle refrigerant management, LRM again, has sort of 6 pillars, but it basically gets to avoiding and reducing leakage, improving reclamation of refrigerants and reuse of refrigerants, specialized skills training for professionals who will be handling refrigerants, improving the accountability and responsibility chain. So it's kind of like a whole life cycle of the refrigerant and how to manage it the most effective and efficient way possible. And we took that, the numbers, the data, we took the list of solutions, and we brought it to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the U.S. EPA, and some state governments and some private sector actors, and showed them the numbers and said, this is what's going on, and here's what you can do about it. And so we were really thrilled later when EPA published a draft regulation on refrigerant management that includes a lot of LRM elements in it. So we're really happy and hope that gets finalized pretty soon. The other thing we were able to do is take that study and bring it to the global level at the Montreal Protocol Conference this year, and worked with our partners to try and elevate the role of LRM throughout the conference. And now I believe at the next MOP in Bangkok next year, there's going to be a workshop specifically on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very interesting to have heard like all three of your perspectives on this, right? And I think at the core of it is you need data to drive policy support, and to drive policy implementation. And I don't think there's a better platform than COP to really talk about that, right? One of the things that we found in our the report that Dorothea also alluded to, which is the UNEP Cool Coalition cooling report, is that we're seeing increasingly, so the good news is that we're seeing that at least 80% of governments around the world have at least one critical policy relating to cooling that they've developed. The implementation, of course, is a different story, but at least there is that sort of political consensus to act either on passive cooling or to act on appliance efficiency or to act on the Kigali, like the refrigerant phase down, right? And I mentioned these three in particular because the modeling that we ran in this report shows us that by 2050, if governments are able to act, of course, with other stakeholders on these three critical areas, we're looking at a 68% reduction in our emissions by 2050 while enhancing access, right? So that's the kicker there, that we're not talking about equity or inequity playing its role. We're really sort of looking at it from a climate justice, climate resilience perspective. And I think that's an important number. So you get to 68% by actions on these three things, and the remaining 30% that remain for us to be able to get to a near zero or a net zero cooling space actually depends completely on the grid, right? Which is not so much a part of the cooling conversation, and so I'm not focusing on that as much over here. But it's really like, we're not waiting for some sort of rocket science, right? We know what the solutions need to look like, and policies and data that drives those policies is extremely critical. And with that, I'd actually like to switch gears a little bit and ask all of you to talk a little more about the various geographic experiences that your organizations are having. And maybe I'll start with you again, Dorothea, in that, if you can talk to us about how do you, looking at the European or the Danish perspective, where there is data, there's definitely more capacity to be able to develop and create data. What are the kind of impacts that you end up seeing? And are there certain lessons when it comes to institutionalizing, data development that other governments and entities can learn from? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think I'll try to talk a little bit about where we are in the EU, and then come up with an example from Denmark that I actually find quite interesting, although it's not totally focused on cooling. But it's an example of partnerships and ways of driving data by setting goals and doing strategies. So basically, within the EU since 2016, there has been a strategy for cooling and heating within the Union. All EU countries have been obliged to do comprehensive assessments of opportunities to improve cooling and heating within the EU every 5 years. That drives data everywhere. The latest reports were made in 2020. In Denmark, there's a total focus on heating. We are located geographically in a climate zone that has not made it necessary to focus on cooling so much in the past. Demand is increasing, focus is increasing, but still it's been a blind spot for many years. So our report focused on district cooling, district heating and heating issues. But it also concluded that there's a need to regulate activities in district cooling, and there's a need to improve data collection on emissions, on fuel use and stuff like that. So basically having strategies that all countries are obliged to implement and follow up on also drives data. So it's a win-win basically, and then it becomes a two-way street. Now, with regard to the climate law that the EU decided in 2021, we are going to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 and a 55% reduction in 2030. And you've probably heard of this EU Fit for 55 package. That is a whole range of different types of legislation in promotion of achieving those objectives. And cooling and heating within the EU actually accounts for 50% of the end energy use. So including both in the decarbonization efforts and energy transition within the EU is absolutely critical if we're going to achieve the objectives. And there's been a high focus on decarbonization, on trying to combine energy efficiency with renewable energy to use waste energy both in cooling and heating. And basically doing that will both help us achieve our emission goals. It will increase energy supply, and it will diversify and lessen our dependence upon fossil fuel from Russia, which is a huge issue as well. The thing is that cooling cuts across so many sectors that regulation is really complex. So there's a directive on renewables that is setting targets in different ways. There's a new revision of the Energy Efficiency Directive that is, for example, increasing targets on both energy, both cooling and heating. And and looking into tightened requirements for achieving net zero district heating and cooling by 2050. That will drive additional data and action. So that is quite interesting. And another directive that is going to come up and is still debated is a directive on building codes and requirements for buildings, and a variety of issues arises there, from energy efficiency requirements to passive cooling strategies to urban planning. There's a whole range of issues there that can make a huge difference, and that is also, I understand, part of what is in the report. But basically my point is, to sum up on the EU side of it, strategies, target setting will drive action, will drive data, because all EU members are obliged to actually implement in the national legislation. So it's an example of regional cooperation that can actually benefit the agenda as such. It creates opportunities for learning across countries, and for sharing experiences, and that is something that I really think is important as well. One of the challenges is that when you have so many different regulations across sectors, a challenge is to actually ensure that there's coherence and that they all pull in the same direction. And there's still some room for improvement there, I think, cutting across the regulations. Then I just briefly want to talk about a very interesting partnership that Concito C40 that works with the big cities of the world, a Danish philanthropic institution and Danish municipalities have entered into. It's called DK 2020. It actually implies that Denmark is the first country in the world that has made all municipalities in the country do climate action plans at the local level. And they have used a framework that has been developed and modified to fit Danish conditions. You know, we don't have mega cities as such in Denmark, but the framework has been used. It includes mitigation, adaptation, resilience. Their work is actually based on existing plans, knowledge, data that are out there. All of that is included in a risk analysis. Based on that, they set goals and do strategies on how to actually achieve Paris-aligned development. And that has been really, really interesting. And I think it's basically an indication of the importance of trying to integrate climate across sectors and levels within municipalities, but also the importance of trying to make the different levels between municipalities, sub-regions, and national level work together. And that can be, I suppose, of inspiration to other countries in the world. It's being presented here at COP, and we're going to look at how to perhaps promote it globally in collaboration with C40.
Thanks a lot, Dorothea, for that. I think staying in that line, I do have a question for Vishal, but maybe I'll come to that in because I really want to ask you that, you know, data is supposed to be objective, but the fact of the matter is that data is extremely subjective and very, very political, right? Now, you do a lot of work in India. I want to sort of understand the challenge of that, you know, politicization that data sees, you know, and how you at CLASP have been able to create that successful footprint, you know, within India and other regions.
Yeah, it's a tough question with no easy answers. I guess the short answer is you just have to figure out how to like dance through the data in a way that is credible, and you try to get things done. But maybe one way to approach that question is perhaps to reference an article that Dr. Ajay Mathur, who's the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, but was previously the Director General of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and Christopher Gundler, who was a regulator with the US EPA previously. So they wrote an opinion piece in Project Syndicate. And it was a very interesting piece because it talked about their experiences as regulators. And basically they said, look, at the absence of data, you basically end up taking data from industry, the very entities that you are trying to regulate. So it makes it very one-dimensional. And so what they felt from their experiences was that as a result, it kind of leads to a lot of missed opportunities for progressive regulations. And they singled out some of the work that we'd done, that different agencies had done. So CLASP was one of them that's worked quite closely with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And of the 35 different standards and labeling program policies that they are, we probably touched all of them. So how do we manage the data so it becomes less politicized, as you say? And I want to draw from recent example that's focusing around cooling. So India is in the process of revising its MEPs for essentially room air conditioners. And what we're finding is that, is industry's position is that, look, this is very challenging to revise the MEPs at this time. We think that the policymakers are actually quite open, but they are faced with three sort of challenges that they got to confront, right? First is, if I revise these MEPs, is it financially viable? Like, can consumers actually have access to the product? Second is it economically viable? Is there any production capacity? And third is to look at sort of the commercial viability of the product. So a mix of different things. And one way we try to work through navigating this data is to try to make data processes by which this data is collected in a very participatory approach. So when we are building data sets to try to make the case recommendations for policy change, we are soliciting data from the industry. So a lot of times data that we put together is collected from industry, from some of our other data sets, and sort of packaged in a way where the policymaker is able to see the full perspective. Basically, we want the policymaker at the end to make a decision, and without worrying too much about, like, if I make this decision, is my career over because all of ACs are going to tank, right? So if we can provide that. So participatory is clearly one of it. Using data sets in a neutral way, where it's collected from multiple different agencies, is another one. And third is, as much as possible, also to use real testing data, right? So again, with ACs, we went through a process of taking a few Indian ACs and testing it against standards of 5 other countries in India. And it's a very small set. So if you look at it scientifically, is it have the scale or the sample size to make it fully scientific? The answer is no. But just selecting these out literally as pilots, very focused sort of data sets, allows you to develop the assurance that data is valid and can be used for decision making. And I think that's the process that we try to follow to ensure that it is neutral but also very credible.
Thanks. That's actually very informative. And I think just part of the larger ecosystem, right, that we all operate in is that, yes, we want the data and we want it for so many different things, but it's almost like you have to curate it without compromising on the ethics of it, depending on who you're talking to. And in line with that, you mentioned that it shouldn't be unidirectional or like a single perspective, right? And I want to turn to you, Amanda, to speak to us a little bit about the heat action plans that NRDC has been developing in India. Because you're taking an area of cooling, where it's just as critical as the sanctity of that data is the fact that the ones who are the most vulnerable are not excluded from that, right? So maybe you could speak to us a little bit about that and how you're trying to use something like that to push the concept of heat resilience, within India.
Happy to. This is one of my favorite projects that NRDC does, so I love talking about it. We've been working on heat action plans in India at the city level for well over a decade now. And it all started in 2010 in the city of Ahmedabad, which in May of that year, experienced a really awful and lethal heat wave with temperatures above 46 C, and 1,300 people were identified as having died as a result of that heat wave. And that had a rather sobering effect on the government and really motivated them, the municipal government of Ahmedabad, to try and come up with a solution, seeing that this was not a problem that was going to get better, right? And so we started working with them with a sort of really great dynamic group of people, different public health officials, emergency response officials, climate data officials, and other NGOs, and started to try and figure out, like, what could we do? And like you said, particularly, you know, we want to protect all of the 8 million people in Ahmedabad, but most especially those people who have no resources to handle extreme heat. And so this is an interesting situation where there was no data. Really, there was nothing. And so we had to sort of create it. So with our partners, we launched this series of focus groups, talking to low-income communities, a lot of different communities in Ahmedabad, talking with medical professionals, talking with people who work outdoors, who have to spend a lot of time in extreme heat, and then also talking with city leaders, and really trying to get an understanding of where are the vulnerable populations, what kinds of things would they have access to that could really be helpful. And out of that, we and really the city of Ahmedabad helped crafted this heat action plan, which they launched in 2013. It was the first one in South Asia, and it had several sort of main components. The first one was citywide early warning system about temperature. Just what is the temperature going to be next week? Right, which they didn't have really before. It was just kind of like when the heat wave hit, it hit, and then people realized. So really working with the Indian Meteorological Department, IMD, which I'm going to sing their praises in a minute, to get out those temperature warnings early on. Second was coordinating the different municipal responses. I think like governments everywhere have trouble sometimes coordinating the different agencies and responsibilities, and so the government of Ahmedabad was really good about trying to figure out how can we coordinate our own resources much better. And that was both for like short-term raising awareness among the population, but then also longer-term looking at low-cost, longer-term solutions like cool roofs, installing cool roofs on homes and businesses. That, very simple, very cost-effective way to lower the internal temperature of people's homes and where they work. And then another really important component was training healthcare professionals to be able to identify the symptoms of extreme heat and also anticipate it, and how to help hospitals prepare better for an oncoming heat wave. I did mention the India Meteorological Department because they're fantastic. They really have been a solid ally in this and have stepped up. Now they provide locally relevant climate data for 350 cities in India, and are just always keen and eager to do more. And I think that's one reason this has worked so well is the fact that the data that we were able to generate and collect was very locally sourced. So it gave city leaders something really tangible and concrete to work with and to target. And I think now the sort of data after the fact shows that this Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan has helped save 1,300 lives every year since it's been implemented. So we think it's a really good model, and have been working with other states and cities too.
That's very, very encouraging to hear. I'm going to pause a quick second and check if there's any questions from our super amazing audience here. Chimaya?
So I actually have a question. I mean, we've talked a lot about policy setting and working on plans. What about the investment side? And I know CLASP is going to be working on super efficient fans? Where does data come in to trigger the next step to actually driving investments across all of them?
Yeah, Brian, thanks for the question. I mean, it's a great point to make, because one of the things we're realizing is that as we develop some of these policies, we're not tracking as much the population or communities or stakeholders that are sort of being left behind, right? So fans is a great example. India has a large base of informal fan manufacturers, which at the risk of getting displaced, essentially as a result of these policies getting improved. And so we suddenly woke up to this after we realized that there were large amounts of the fan community that were not essentially getting labeled for their products. And to confess, I think at this stage the data really isn't there. So what we're trying to do now is work with these groups, these clusters, and we're hoping that we can essentially evolve partnerships and look at how to address the needs of these communities, fan manufacturers, in two ways. One is use that data to look at making sure that government policies, both standards and energy efficiency policies, reach out and accommodate them. Second is through these manufacturers themselves to sort of up their capacity, and then look at financing needs for them through things like technology insurance, upskilling, where investments made are on technology. But I must confess the data right now is pretty weak. So I think over the next few months we're going to be working to consolidate some of this data, and I think we're partnering with several agencies, NRDC is one of them, TERI, Shakti in India, along with the government agencies to try to build that. But it's a great question, because it really puts the spotlight on something we kind of forget, right? And we need to bring this equity and inclusion angle a lot more in the impacts of these policies. Anything else you want to add?
It is absolutely central, evidently. And I think one needs to look at different types of investments. There's the whole domestic domain. How do you spend your state budget? What kind of public procurement do you actually engage in? Is that part? Have you integrated some of these issues that relates to cooling across your plans so that they are part of what you actually do invest in as a local government or national government? There's an issue, at least in Denmark, and I take it that we're not the only country, between the different levels of government. There are huge challenges for cities with actually being able to provide funding for implementing cooling. There are limits to financial support, at least in Denmark, for municipalities, implementation of the climate action plans. So basically you need to make the argument for it being worthwhile at different levels, and to finance ministers to make the investments from domestic budget. And then of course you need to come up with business models that can help promote private sector to get in. Yeah, that would be my comments.
Yeah, I had two thoughts on the investment piece. One, I think the multilateral fund has an important role to play here. That's part of the Montreal Protocol. I think they have a really important role to play in terms of helping to kickstart some of this and to help generate some of the data that Vishal mentioned was missing. And then second, I think finding a way to motivate industries, like just saying you're going to reduce emissions isn't enough, right? And so finding a way to not only model how many emissions they're going to save, but also how much money they could make, how their business could grow is something that's going to be really important. And again, like Vishal said, I think there's some case studies here and there, but I think we need more info on that.
Thank you. I'm actually not going to try and sum this conversation up because I think there's been, there's been a lot of very, very important points, and I don't want to try and compromise on the significance of any of them by highlighting one or two. But I do want to say thank you to the three of you, you know, and wish all of your organizations and your work like even more success, because I think whether it's the technology aspect of it, whether it's the financing aspect of it, whether it is developing laws, so on and so forth, like I think there's a lot more work ahead of us, and you know, more power to all of you. And I would like to invite Brian up here to offer some closing remarks and maybe close the event for us. Thank you.
Great. And you know, I will say, I mean, we've got data-driven organizations here. SE for All is also data-driven with our decision-making. And you know, many of you have probably seen the Chilling Prospects report. We see that that's data-driven to change political will. You guys were mentioning political will. To change how people are setting up their national cooling action plans. We found all along that access to cooling was not being addressed in the National Cooling Action Plan, so we looked at the data and said, well, did you know this many people still need access to cooling, what it means for their development? And I prompted the question on investment because I think that's where SE for All is turning to, which is to say, we've done a lot of great work on advocacy and getting this into the public agenda. I mean, where we were 5 years ago on cooling is very different than where we are today. But what we need to do is exactly what NRDC has been doing in India, and getting cool roofs on the buildings, getting the super efficient fans into the rooms that Class was going to be working on with the ESL, and getting those investment decisions to be low risk, no risk. I mean, they're no-brainers, cost effective. And how do we get the manufacturers to bring those technologies into their high production manufacturing, not just as a specialty product, to lower the cost, to get it into procurement standards. All these things are interconnected. And mentioning the India Meteorological Organization as well, the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, they have a United for Science report series, and they'll be having a session later this week that looks at how climate, weather, and water data are essential for the Sustainable Development Goals. And that'll be held at the SDG Pavilion, which I think is in this building. And then, what was the other one you guys were talking about? Data and tools. You know, I think it's really important and fundamental, and we're really pushing for this, is that open data. And you know, I would love to see if all of you would be willing to work with us on really more open data platforms. You know, we've been talking at SE for All about having a better data warehouse. I could imagine almost like a Wikipedia function. Get all of our disparate databases. We've got a lot of great data between us. At SE for All, we now have found 681 indicators that we think are important and are out there somewhere, but they're on UN, the World Bank, Class, SE for All. They're everywhere. And how do we get that to be something that actually supports decision making in the global south? Where there's no data, there might be data, and we might not know. So, and if we create a platform where organizations and governments can feed in, then that then improves the rigorous databases that World Bank, IEA, and others have by having an underlying data set that's a little bit more open and free to add to. Anyway, those are some of my thoughts. Obviously, we think that sustainable cooling is an issue of equity for people, products, and the planet. And on the product side, obviously, it's food and health in particular. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But thanks.
You know, first, I want to thank all the Secretariat and other partners to organize this Montreal Protocol Pavilion during this COP. It's first time for us to come to this important forum to showcase the work Montreal Protocol family did in the past 3 decades. You know that this COP is special because the first ever, the world did a global stock take about the climate action. And maybe here we can do a little bit similar things to stock take about the action we did, under the Montreal Protocol in past 3 decades. Actually, Montreal Protocol works quite well. We almost phase out most of the 99% of the ODS. And I remembered, maybe some of you also remember, 8 years ago here, 2015, we also met in the Montreal Protocol family, met in the Dubai, and we have Dubai pathway at that time. And at that time also, we only for developing countries achieved 10% of HFC phase out. And after 80 years now, I just checked the data from Ozone Secretariat. Developing countries almost phase out, I think, close to 50% of the HFC of the baseline. It's really a lot of progress in last 80 years, and we also now have 155 parties ratified the Kigali Amendment. So this is also an important moment for the Kigali and for Montreal Protocol to start a new journey, and will be more involved in the global climate effort. So I think today is an opportunity for us to, in this event, to discuss or showcase our past achievement, but also looking forward how this community can evolve our interventions to contribute to the global climate action. So there are a lot of opportunities, but also challenges. I think that's the why we come together here. And I'm very honored to invite the Executive Secretary of the Ozone Secretariat, Max Zaki, to give opening remarks. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much. I think you've said it all. Okay, so I would like to welcome you all to this event called Pioneering the Green Transition from Ozone Layer to Climate Change by UNDP. And thank you very much for letting me do the opening. That's great. So welcome to this Montreal Protocol Pavilion that we have managed to organize with 15 other partners. And who are those partners? You will see their logos in the screen outside, which is in a loop. And I can see that CoolUp has managed to print the logos, and they are up there. So those are our partners in this pavilion. And I would like to thank all these partners for their contributions and support to make this pavilion a reality. So I will talk a little bit in a nutshell along what Xiaofang already mentioned, a little bit about the success of the Montreal Protocol, a little bit about the challenges ahead, and a little bit of the vision for the future. So the reasons why the Montreal Protocol is known as one of the most successful MEAs. So as Xiaofang already mentioned, it has managed to phase out 99% of ozone-depleting substances that are widely being used and put the ozone layer back on track to recovery. It has contributed a lot to climate change mitigation because ozone-depleting substances are very highly global warming. And it has shown incredible success with science and science-based policy making. Its implementation and institutional mechanisms, including the Multilateral Fund, that has supported 144 developing countries to meet their obligations under the Montreal Protocol. And of course, the global partnership and spirit of cooperation and compromise shown by the parties. Every time there's a crunch, somehow this spirit comes up and progress is made in compromise and this will to move forward. Now, challenges ahead is, first of all, keeping up this success for the implementation of the Kigali Amendment. So to do that, we need universal ratification and full compliance with the Kigali Amendment control measures to reap the full benefit climate benefits of 0.5 degrees centigrade avoidance in warming by 2100 with the HFC phase down, and then doubling that with energy efficiency enhancement. So with the Kigali Amendment, the Montreal Protocol is becoming more and more a climate treaty, if I may dare to say. So as mentioned everywhere at this COP, sustainable cooling plays a key role in both mitigation of and adaptation to climate change. So Montreal Protocol and its Kigali Amendment are at the core of sustainable cooling. And Kigali Amendment has actually played a key role in bringing this issue of cooling into the spotlight. So the vision is that with the Kigali Amendment, we can actually contribute a lot more to the efforts to avert the climate crisis. So this is why we actually decided to have this pavilion at this climate COP for the first time. Now, the vision is for the Montreal Protocol to become more visible in this climate arena. And why do we want to be more visible? It's to strengthen the cooperation with the climate community for enhancing synergies, including at the national level, in tackling climate change. Put in a nutshell, it's basically that. So without any more ado, let me express my appreciation again to UNDP and all the partners for contributing to this pavilion. And of course, for all the work you do on sustainable cooling, sustainable development, and global environmental protection. So thank you very much.
So we have a video, just a short video prepared by UNDP, demonstrating the impact of the Montreal Protocol and celebrating its success. Just starting now. You will recognize some usual suspects.
The Montreal Protocol is an illustration not only for how science can inform human actions, because it was science that opened our eyes to the opening hole in the ozone layer. It also gave us the answer of what was driving that problem, what we could do about it. And here we are. We've actually begun to turn this story around. And it's very much a story of the 20th century and of humanity joining hands. The United Nations contributing both the platform and the scientific community, giving us, in a sense, both the rationale for acting and the means to act.
El Protocolo de Montreal es un acuerdo internacional que ha sido firmado por todos los países para disminuir y controlar las sustancias agotadoras de la capa de ozono. En Chile desarrollamos 3 proyectos en supermercados para cambiar la tecnología de refrigeración de HCFC a CO2 transcrítico. Chile ha cumplido con todas las metas relacionadas con el Protocolo de Montreal y sus enmiendas. Chile ha realizado varios proyectos de cambio en los sistemas de refrigeración, cambio en sistemas de climatización. Cambiar los HCFC por CO2 tiene un efecto directo en la mitigación del cambio climático.
El planeta no da para más si seguimos con los mismos patrones de producción y de consumo. Y esa es la invitación que se está haciendo, particularmente en proyectos como estos. ¿Qué es lo interesante y por qué era tan importante la participación del PNUD y del Sistema de Naciones Unidas? Por su posición imparcial. A Naciones Unidas se le cree, Hoy, en Chile, empresas están cofinanciando con recursos de gobierno en alianzas públicas-privadas y en consulta con sus comunidades proyectos de desarrollo, particularmente en temas ambientales.
Since we became party to the Montreal Protocol, there are so many activities that we have undertaken as the Kingdom of Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, towards keeping the environment clean through the phasing out of ozone-depleting substances. Amongst those activities that we have undertaken is the collaboration that we have had with Gulf Swaziland.
In a fridge, you've got two parts. You've got the refrigerant itself, which is the part that makes the fridge cold, and then you've got the insulation that keeps the fridge cold. You can't do one without the other. The insulating system that we use in the fridge had to be replaced. The previous ones were harmful for the environment. The project entailed changing all the machinery that is used for putting the insulation in the fridge. But the consumer will benefit in two ways. First of all, they've got an environmental friendly fridge. And secondly, the fridges will be cheaper because the foam that we use for our manufacturing process is cheaper than foam that uses other blowing agents.
When it comes to the role that UNDP plays in the Montreal Protocol, then it is principally that of helping countries implement projects that will reduce ozone-depleting substances. That often involves capacity building, it involves the interaction of new technologies, of new manufacturing processes, and so our role is to provide support in both the financial, technical, and implementation sense to countries to tackle the objectives of the Montreal Protocol. Doing that allows us to assist countries not only in meeting their commitments under the Montreal Protocol, but also by linking, for example, the Montreal Protocol, its Kigali Amendment, with the outcomes and objectives of the Climate Change Convention, and therein lies also the strength of UNDP. We are the UN's development program. Our approach is to look at sustainable development solutions where investing $1 in solving one problem can yield multiple benefits across a series of goals.
Thank you. So you could see some examples in two countries, in Chile and Eswatini, of practical projects and what has been implemented there over the years. Of course, apart from the technical support, there is a very high importance on high political commitment at the level of the developing countries that have been so important in the success of the Montreal Protocol. So we have a few examples of these statements by developing countries, and we will start with Mr. Zhang Yujun, Director General of FECO at the Ministry of Ecology and Environment of the People's Republic of China. He has recorded this statement, as he will come only later during the COP. So I will play the statement now, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to UNDP for the warm invitation and excellent organization of this site event. Pioneering the green transition from ozone layer to climate. It is my great honor and pleasure to participate and communicate with you on sustaining progress in the implementation of the Montreal Protocol. This year marks the 36th anniversary of the Montreal Protocol. Over the past 36 years, the parties have joined together and made concerted efforts to implement their obligations to phase out the controlled substances. Globally, more than 99% of ozone-depleting substances have been phased out, and all targets set under the Montreal Protocol have been met on schedule. The ozone layer is under its recovery gradually, with a synergized effect on climate change mitigation. the Montreal Protocol has set a successful example of international solidarity in addressing global environment issues. As a responsible developing country, China attaches great importance to environmental protection and consistently fulfills its obligations under international environmental conventions. Since acceding to the Montreal Protocol, China has made solid progress in phasing out controlled substances, vigorously promoted green and low-carbon alternative technologies, and phased out about 628,000 tons of ODS, accounting for more than half of that of developing countries, despite the difficulties that have created for our own economic and social development, such as industrial transformation, technological challenges, and re-employment. We have made our contributions to the global protection of the ozone layer. The study shows that during the 30-year period from 1991 to 2020, China has cumulatively avoided about 26 billion tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emissions in the process of phasing out ODS, achieving huge climate benefits while protecting the ozone layer. Building on past achievements and launching a new journey for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, this year is critical for China, as well as most of the other developing countries, to freeze its production and consumption of HFCs at baseline by 2024, which is the freeze year. As a major producer, user, and exporter of HFCs, China's HFCs phase-down is not only crucial to achieving its domestic targets under the Kigali Amendment, but also of great significance to the promotion of global compliance as well as the global climate and environmental governance. The latest data from the World Meteorological Organization indicates that 2023 is said to be the hottest year on record, with the global mean temperature reaching its historical high, approximately 1.4 Celsius degree above pre-industrial average temperature. In the meantime, sea ice in the Antarctic remains its lowest level at record. COP28 UAE brings the world together at a critical moment for global transformative climate action. The Montreal Protocol, prevailing at COP28, will offer a platform for the Montreal Protocol and the cooling community to promote climate action. The consensus reached between China and the United States prior to COP28 also reaffirmed the commitment of both countries to phase down HFCs. Under the Kigali Amendment, including minimum energy efficiency standards for the manufacture of cooling equipment, the time for action on HFCs has arrived. Under the framework of the Montreal Protocol, parties are adopting HFCs control measures and progressively achieving timely HFC phase-down. In accordance with compliance requirements under Montreal Protocol, China has formulated and promulgated a series of policies and regulations on HFCs control, established and implemented the import and export licensing system for HFCs, and issued HFC's quota allocation plan for 2024 to ensure that the HFC phase-down targets can be achieved as scheduled. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that the valuable experience of the successful implementation of the Montreal Protocol will provide important guidance for the future implementation process, and will also provide an important example for the international community to jointly address other global challenges, including climate change. Adhering to the concept of building a community of shared future for mankind, China will resolutely uphold and participate multilateralism, actively and constructively participate in the collaborative governance of the ozone layer protection and climate change mitigation. China stands ready to join efforts with other parties, promote global ecological civilization, advance sustainable development, and safeguard our homeland on Earth. Wish this event a great success. Thank you.
So we heard about the achievements, also the context of the COP28, also the focus on the Kigali Amendment and the HFCs in the context of multilateralism for the greater benefit of mankind, as was mentioned by the representative from China. We are now moving to another recording of Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh, Additional Director, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank UNDP for inviting me to share India's experience in the Mountain Protocol implementation. Due to unavoidable circumstances, I could not be present in person. The topic given to me is implementation of Montreal Protocol achievements and future opportunities. This slide shows the implementation framework of Montreal Protocol in India. Silent features are the implementation of the Montreal Protocol should not adversely affect the industry or the economy. Another important feature is to meet the demand for alternatives as far as possible from indigenous source. Thirdly, emphasis is on adoption of climate-friendly, safe, and sustainable alternatives. This slide shows institutional framework for Montreal Protocol implementation in India. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal ministry for implementation of the Montreal Protocol activities and set up an ozone cell for undertaking activities relating to implementation of Montreal Protocol. There is an empowered steering committee headed by the secretary, which is the apex body to take policy decisions and to oversee and guide the implementation from time to time. There are two standing committees to assist empowered steering committee. Standing Committee of Monitoring, review and recommends the data of controlled substances before sending to the Montreal Protocol bodies. As a regulatory framework, India has brought out ozone depleting substances regulation control rules 2000, notified on 19 July 2000 under the Environment Protection Act and regulations, which regulates production, consumption, trade, import, and export of ODSs and the products containing ODSs. The regulation also set the deadlines for phasing out of various ODSs and are amended from time to time in line with the Montreal Protocol phase-out schedule. Silent features of the ODS rules are mandatory registration with ozone cell for producers, manufacturers of equipment, product, importer and exporter of compressors, recycling, recovery, reclamation and destruction. Import and export of ODSs are subject to license issued by the Directorate General of Foreign Trade with recommendation from the ozone cell MOSC. terms of implementation strategy and framework for various Montreal Protocol projects, close coordination with the nodal line ministries, department, pollution control boards, partnering with national technical institutions and academic institutions of excellence to facilitate industry, particularly MSME, in transitioning to alternative low GWP technologies. A special attention paid for MSME in terms of providing handholding and equipment supports. Appropriate measures are also taken to mitigate various risks identified during project implementation. Sustaining phase out is a key issue addressed during the implementation of this project. Key achievements in Montreal Protocol implementation are as follows. As per the study conducted by Ozone Cell, implementing the ozone depleting system phase out under the Montreal Protocol will mitigate in the range of 778 to 1,176 million tons of CO2 equivalent GHG emissions by 2030. Use of CFC and halogens have been phased out in new cooling and firefighting equipment manufacturing from 1st January 2003. Phase out of production and consumption of virgin tallow in 2002. Another achievements are as on 1st January 2020, India achieved reduction of 44% of SCFCs as against reduction target of 35% of the Montreal Protocol. Complete phase out use of SCFC 141B as on 1st January 2020 in manufacture of rigid polyurethane foam. India is implementing HPMP stage 3, which includes activities related to phase out of SCFCs in manufacturing of all equipments and products from 1st January 2025. To develop and implement unified certification and training system for REC service technicians. We also plan for strengthening training infrastructure for servicing at government training issues for effective implementation of service-related activities. India is in the Group 2 country for implementing the Kigali Amendment as per first reduction schedule will start in 2032. Toward preparing for the Kigali Amendment, we are currently developing a national strategy for HFC phase down in close coordination with line ministry and industry stakeholders. The principles of the country program for ODS phase out will continue during implementation of Kigali Amendment. The focus will be on adoption of alternatives which are climate friendly, technical feasible, economic viable, and safe for ensuring proper supply chain of such alternatives. Lastly, it is important that with the ongoing SCFC phase out and HFC phase down to be implemented, there is a need for integrated action. Most of you may be aware that India is the first country to develop and launch India Cooling Action Plan. A large part of cooling demand is refrigerant based, which is addressed under the Montreal Protocol. Accordingly, implementation of ICAP has also been integrated with SCFC phase out and HFC phase down. Thank you.
So we heard from China and India, and now I will hand over to Xiaofeng for the next part of the program.
Yes, I think it's one of the important success of the Montreal Protocol is have the universal support from all of the parties, including China, India, and all of the countries. Even this means, tremendous effort from the country and all of the stakeholders. And today we're also very happy to have Ms. Yulia Soyani. She's the Director of the Climate Change Mitigation from the Ministry of Environment and Forest of Indonesia government. She's here in person. So we'll be share her insight, experience. She has a lot of experience working in the climate change rather than Montreal Protocol, but she also in charge of the work of the Montreal Protocol in Indonesia. Please, welcome Yulia.
Well, it is a pleasure being here, and I welcome you, the Montreal Protocol community in the UNFCCC COP28. So maybe Indonesia is one of the countries that belong to the Article 5, Group 1, if we seek the Kigali Amendment. Maybe I want now to introduce the climate change side because this is the first time Indonesia will seek the linkage between the Montreal Protocol and the climate change after the Kigali Amendment ratification in Indonesia. So if we're talking about the climate change, we are talking about the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contributions. Indonesia already submitted our enhanced NDC in 2022, and it is with the enhanced commitment with the number of 32.60, I think, one moment. It's because it's 31.89% against business as usual scenarios. So there are 5 category sectors in our NDC, our enhanced NDC. It is the energy sector, forestry and land use sector, and industrial processes and product use, as well as the waste sector and the agriculture sector. So if we're talking about the climate change and the Montreal Protocol, we will be talking about the IPPU sector and then the energy sectors. The energy efficiency, like we already known for the Montreal Protocol, it will belong to the energy sectors. It's one part of the energy sectors in Indonesia commitment in under the NDCs. And let's see that in our NDC, we only cover the 3 gases, the 3 GHG, CO2, the methane, and NO2. But our NDC is not covered yet the HFC. And this is now we are under process for the identification and stock taking, how we will build the baseline for the IPPU, the new baseline for the IPPU sectors under the second NDC, which will be then expected to be submitted hopefully next year or at the latest in 2025 as mandated by the Paris Agreement. So that's maybe the linkage between the climate change, the NDCs, with the Montreal Protocol, particularly if we're talking about the Kigali Amendment. So after the ratification of Kigali Amendment, I mentioned before that we are now in the process of stock taking and developing the baseline through the inventory process, and we will also build the HFC phase down scenarios. It will be done based on the baseline and HFC allocation modeling as the basis to develop HFC phase down scenarios. And it is already starting to coordinate with the line ministries, especially if we're talking about the IPPU sector, the energy sector in our NDCs, with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, as well as the Ministry of Industry. And some consideration in this scenarios development is in Indonesia are the technology development, industry readiness, of course, and the market penetration, as well as the national and social economy condition. These scenarios, the phase down HFE scenarios, will be continued to develop, and scenario adjustment will be discussed as per HFC phase down schedule. So if we're talking about the Kigali Amendment, we have this freeze time as well as the gradual phasing down of the HFC. So that's maybe from our experiences in Indonesia, how to linkage the climate change commitment with the Montreal Protocol, especially if we're talking about the Kigali Amendment. And we also have the long-term strategies, vision, we will have, in our vision, we will have the net zero scenarios, the net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. That is our, it is already contented in our document submitted to the UNFCCC in 2021, namely the long-term strategies on low carbon and climate resilience 2050. So maybe you can Google it, and then it's already there. And our last NDC, our enhanced NDC was already there too. So that's maybe from Indonesia's perspective. And our next plan is to develop the Kigali implementation plan. So we have the cooperation with the UNDP and the World Bank, and hopefully early 2024 we can see how these scenarios will be then breaking down to the sectors, the RRC and the other manufacturer sectors. So thank you, and it will be our pleasure if we will continue this discussion later on. Thank you. So I'll give it to you.
Thank you very much, Yilian, to share your experience, how to raise the ambition of climate change through the NDC, and how to link the, Kigali Amendment with your country's, climate action and climate plan. And also congratulate your government has enhanced the NDC and set up the net zero roadmap of our country. I believe that Kigali Amendment will also be well developed, with your capable team in the country. Thank you very much. The next, we are very glad to invite the Chief Officer from the Multitude Fund, Tina Burbely, to join us. And thank you very much. Tina just joined us in the very early time of the day because she's still in Montreal. She will come to here later. Multitude Fund is kind of another very important pillar of the Montreal Protocol for the success so far. It will continue to play this kind of key role going forward for the success of the Kigali Amendment, but also beyond that. So welcome, Tina, to join us. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Xiaofang. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear colleagues from UNDP. Thank you for hosting me at your event, even if I'm very far away from the heart of the climate discussions that take place in Dubai this week. The work of the protocol, and by extension the work of the fund that keeps it ticking, is crucial to mitigate the crisis of climate change. COP28 will finish just a few days before the 93rd meeting of the Executive Committee begins. It is in this meeting where we expect that over 20 Kigali implementation plans will be approved, whose implementation will directly contribute to climate change mitigation. Funding the implementation of the Kigali Amendment can provide a very big boost to efforts to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Agreement alive. And I think the main challenge that we have and the main opportunity is exactly what the Director of Climate Change Mitigation from Indonesia said: how to connect the discussions that take place in the Montreal Protocol right now, the discussions that take place in the multilateral fund, with the transitions that are happening at the country level on energy efficiency and climate change mitigation. The Kigali Amendment, as we have said back in 2016, can change people's lives and address the climate challenge, but only if we assist developing countries to implement it and address any challenges they may face. The multilateral fund has recently replenished by 965 million for the 24-26 period to support those countries. The Executive Committee will also discuss in its upcoming meeting in late December an operational framework for the energy efficiency when phasing down HFCs. Becoming more energy efficient is essential for the cooling industry, is essential for the discussions that take place in Dubai right now. It's essential for every energy sector as we decarbonize the global economy. One of the questions that Xiaofang will ask the participants in the panel to follow is what is the most important lesson of the Montreal Protocol for climate change action? This is one of the questions that I have always been reflecting upon, how we can replicate the successful example of the Montreal Protocol to other agreements. And one of the responses to this question is with a robust and successful funding mechanism with clean and clear performance targets. The Multilateral Fund has a long history of success. It works well. A total of approximately 9,000 projects have been approved by the Multilateral Fund in 144 countries, 85% of which have been completed. These projects include training programs for technicians and customs officers, transition to climate-friendly alternatives, the implementation of regulatory and legislative frameworks. Assistance is also provided through institutional strengthening projects, a unique way to increase the capabilities of those who deal with the protection of the ozone layer and climate change mitigation. It has been instrumental in the complete phase-out of CFC, CTC, methyl bromide and methyl chloroform in Article 5 countries, with the elimination of 8 CFCs expected by 2030. Between 1995 and 2021, the total avoided emissions from Article 5 countries are estimated at 51 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, with a $2 trillion savings to society. From my side, I would like to leave you with the following message. We have achieved so much, and we can achieve so much more. And the success depends on the parties to the Montreal Protocol that implement our work, the members of the Executive Committee, but also on the bilateral and implementing agencies such as UNDP, which have the feet on the ground, and they have been doing an outstanding job over the years. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Tina, to join us and share the progress under your leadership and in the Montreal Protocol Multilateral Fund. There were a lot of things going on in regarding to the Kigali Amendment, the policy, and also the energy efficiency. There will be also a very good document produced by the Secretariat for the discussion in the coming weeks in Montreal about the framework of the energy efficiency. That will be very important topic under this family. It's linked to the climate change, how this Montreal Protocol can contribute, for broader climate agenda, rather than additional to the refrigerant transition. I think that's very, very important for climate, but also for each country and for the industry, in the future. So I really look forward and hope that under Tina's leadership, then we will have a good policy developed and decided by the policymakers of the SCOP. With all of this great, speech, then we can go to the next session. Etienne, would you introduce our panelists? Thank you, Tina.
Yes, we have achieved so much and we can achieve so much more. I think that was a good summary of motivation for our community. Yes, let's move to the panel, and I invite our distinguished panelists to go to the front, please. We have Mrs. Hélène Walter Terinoni, Director, Global Climate Policy, Center for Energy Efficiency and Sustainability at Train Technologies. And she's also a member of the TIAP of the Montreal Protocol and a co-chair of the Forum Technical Option Committee. Thank you so much for joining us for this discussion. And we have Mrs. Hélène Michel, Head of Secretariat Climate and Ozone Protection Alliance, Project Manager at ProClima International, GIZ, a close partner of UNDP and on many projects and bilateral implementing agency. Thank you. And also, if there's any question in the Q&A, Towards the end, Mrs. Chanchal from the India delegation was here and can respond to questions if needed. Thank you.
Oui. Yes, it works. Thank you, Etienne. Welcome to join the panelists in this event. Listen to those previous speakers about the success of Montreal Protocol, and so we want to, discuss here and listen from all of you. What kind of experience you think from your Montreal Protocol is really important, and how we can increase the positive, impact from this sector, from Montreal Protocol relevant sector to the climate change. This is something, we want to do more, as Tina said, and just share your insight about this. So maybe, Alan?
Yes, so thank you also for having me on the panel, and I'm very happy to have listened to all the interesting explanations and insights, and what can we learn from the Montreal Protocol, what we also see as GIZ as an implementing agency supporting countries in their efforts to actually phase out HFCs, and also move towards natural refrigerants. We think what has been very nicely said, and I would just like to emphasize the experiences to be taken towards the Paris Agreement. What is very important is actually to link the two, the Montreal Protocol community and the climate change community, and as you have explained very nicely, the integration of the cooling sector into the nationally determined contribution seems to be the thing to do. And for that, actually, we think it needs in all countries an integrated approach, because often it's different departments, even different ministries that are responsible, and not always they are very easily cooperating. So we think it needs the ozone officers to closely coordinate with the climate change responsible people, but also with the energy efficiency departments to then actually move together forward. GIZ has been setting up an NDC help desk for countries that do want to have guidance on this. There has also been a manual prepared on how to integrate the cooling sector in which parts of the NDC. And the other part that was also mentioned earlier is data and monitoring, because there are different requirements, but also it's necessary to have the relevant data properly collected to then make wise decisions on where are actually really the pain points and how to address those and how to change it. Maybe one more word on lessons learned. It was mentioned a lot, but I can just emphasize it. It's the financing mechanism. Really, it does need funds, and funds that are provided through the multilateral fund in this case, and then support developing countries and actually putting things into action. And the other part is really public awareness. And yes, we all know there's a climate crisis, but I think what has been really well done is the public awareness upon the ozone hole. So there was scientific explanations, there was a lot of emphasis put on this, and everybody could understand the health effects of the ozone hole directly, and this really created some kind of movement. Industry was driven to find different solutions, and I think that has been really something very powerful, and we should see how, with this climate crisis somehow there, but still people like to push it away a bit from themselves, how to actually make this case also to be as successful as the Montreal Protocol advances.
Thank you. So thank you for inviting me. One of the things that I think is amazing about the Montreal Protocol is the consensus process. So the fact that everyone gets a voice, even on the panels, We work by consensus. So let me just say, although I'm on the team, I may veer from consensus because I'm not asking everyone right now. But I think that element of cooperation, it brings all parties in. And I think you mentioned it earlier, Xiaofeng, and also Meg, that everyone is invested in the solution because of that consensus process. I think as well, the Montreal Protocol is so well established in science, and that careful analysis and communication around science, to your point as well, and then the technical analyses that take place as well. So I think those are some important features. I think the consensus process extends beyond just the parties and the panels, even to trying to draw the companies in, and it helps to drive them to buy in to create solutions to achieve these important goals. I think as far as, the future and the ambition of the Montreal Protocol and the way that it kind of links into climate, it's so apparent. Energy efficiency and decarbonization, as well as the measuring and reporting and the work that's done from a science-based target initiatives, SBTI, and the Carbon Disclosure Project. I think those are the kinds of reporting things that we're going to see more and more from companies. I think there's been discussion about potentially an industry cooling pledge that would require that kind of reporting in, so to support the countries and their motion forward. I think that I'm very excited to see, Tina's gone, but I'm very excited to see the record-breaking replenishment fund to address these next steps. I think that it is very important. I think that it is exciting and important to see the very thoughtfulness of the parties around the servicing the smaller countries, the very low volume consuming countries. I think that they have some very special and unique challenges. We were discussing earlier, there's some challenges around the choices that they're able to make in this transition. They don't have as many options when you're just servicing equipment. They may need some support about some of the big decisions that were made at the MOP, or the meeting of the parties, around looking more at reclaim and helping smaller, lower consuming countries think about reclaimed refrigerant. So I think there's a lot of next steps for this body to take to further these climate goals, and also to bring people up, right? I was talking with somebody the other day about technicians. So technicians turn over very quickly in this space, because technicians come in, they learn the skill, and they go on and get a better job and have better lives. It's kind of a gateway and a door-opening feature. So if we think about gender mainstreaming and bringing women in, and also upskilling, I think it's a great way to kind of pull more people forward and advancing careers for everyone. So just some thoughts a little bit there, and thank you, Xiaofeng, for the question.
Thank you very much. I think you two said some very important things about the success of Montreal Protocol, and I think climate change can learn from that. First, I think very good science-based decision mechanism, and also the reporting. I think this is a real important pillar of the Montreal Protocol. Every year, so the other parties report data, and based on data, and all of the panel can do the assessment, and all of the parties work together, and if identify any gaps, and party work to fill the gap. And the finance system is important, dedicated multilateral fund, try to support everything the country needs, I would say, from the institutional strengthening network, then the sector approach is very successful, and then can focus on the specific solution in each sector's alternatives, and with those also, servicing and strategy, the phase 1, phase 2 stage strategy approach. So everything seems, we think, necessary, and this family managed to support. So I would say that's something, you know, it's comprehensive portfolio approach, make all of the things, you know, could be achieved. And another thing I think is very important is ownership of the parties to the obligations to the Montreal Protocol. You could see from all of the previous speakers, they are strongly, you know, feel that they're very seriously to the compliance. You know, all of the government make every effort trying to be compliant with the Montreal Protocol. That's very important, I think, for the success of the Montreal Protocol. So many things we can see. So, but going forward, I think there are still a lot of challenges, but we think that's everything is about hard in the beginning. But if you start it, so you will find a solution anyway. And I believe we can accelerate when we start it. So, but we can do more. It's not only the refrigerant transition, but rather than find every opportunities to achieve greater impact. Energy efficiency is one of them. It's a big thing, and this community really can contribute to think about how to improve the energy efficiency, because this is a product we are working on. We are, you know, with the sectors, with the stakeholders, and we can really increase those standards at international level, global level, country level, but also through some innovative and system approach, and like district cooling, heating, you know, renewable energy, you know, put it together, you know, provide more benefit to the society. It's not only about the environment, it's about sustainable development. It's about our society and the people. I think that's a lot of things we can do in the future. So maybe finally, you can say a few words, but maybe I just want to ask people here whether you have any questions to our panelists. But anyway, I think here's all, you know, the people working for the Montreal Protocol for many years. Please.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Teming Osi. I'm from the Energy Department from Eswatini. Yes, I just want to know, we have committed to be part of the pledge and accede to it. So what are the interventions that you are looking that we can do, as one of you rightfully highlighted, from the energy sector? Are there any assistance in terms maybe capacity building or of any form that will be given to countries so that we can stick to the pledge? It does not just remain a political declaration, but there are actions on ground towards the pledge that we will make here. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations for committing to the cooling pledge.
So that's very impressive, Eswatini, to commit to the cooling pledge. We have been discussing an industry-associated pledge as well to support the countries as they move forward with their goals, so that this is not just a pledge. There's some not just ambition, but there's actual action and implementation. And I think, you know, I think one of the things that I was excited about were some of the decisions that the MOP around, it's voluntary, but around actions to reduce dumping of inefficient equipment. So, you know, setting your energy efficiency standards, and maybe you already have them, I apologize. I don't know where they are or how high they are in Eswatini, but, you know, so energy efficiency standards, and I think also education if you're importing equipment for the people at the border, the customs agents, so that they know how to identify equipment that is in, you know, that does comply or doesn't comply. I think as well, I think as well, I think that there are opportunities for for training. Like we were kind of chatting beforehand, but also I really do think this industry can lift people up and lift others up in their advancing their families. So I think that we have seen certainly the ACES Center in Rwanda. I think that there are probably other ways to think about this. One of the conversations we've had is around whether or not I saw in India, this was probably 10 years ago, Xiaofeng, and maybe you know more about it, but an app was developed for technicians to kind of ask questions in real time. So around correct installation practices, which leads to better energy efficiency. And all those things are very necessary because if you don't install the equipment correctly, you use more energy. And with everyone will be using more electricity, and we can't all put on all those grids. So I think energy efficiency and proper installation, those things and training there are going to be more important. So I think those are some of the things that I think about top of mind where the crossover happens between both Montreal Protocol and the energy efficiency community. So, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, just to add, I also agree to what was already said. Maybe one additional element would be to support from the government side in the field of enabling access to green technologies, energy efficient. I also always like to make a case for natural refrigerants. That is a good combination. But that could be through programs of green public procurement, through bulk procurement, so that the equipment, the energy efficient equipment actually enters the countries, is showcased, and then also spreads throughout other sectors, not only the public sector. Otherwise, I can only agree. I think capacity development for the service technicians is one of the key elements. That includes lots of areas, but also only well installed and maintained and service equipment is energy efficient. Yeah. Otherwise, best technology probably is not helpful. And then the maps. I also think it's a very important tool. Energy labels on the equipments to raise public awareness is something that could be also beneficial to stick to the pledge. And I also congratulate for your engagement there.
Yeah, just add that in that pledge that encouraged all the parties to develop the National Cooling Action Plan. So at the UNDP, we help 12 countries develop the National Cooling Plan. We have new publication this year. Just last week, we published a summary of the National Cooling Plan, for 11 countries. Yes, you can. So that could be something you can refer to. I think that's a good tool for you to start. How you can take the stock, some baseline data, and design, have a stakeholder conversation, and design some roadmap, for mitigate the cooling sector. That would be very useful. I think that's a lot of things you can find is helpful for you. We can have discussion after this event. Yeah, thank you very much. It's time to end this event. Yeah.
I try to be brief. So one thing I learned from the Montreal Protocol and the UNFCCC processes, and you already mentioned that coordination between us, including the coordination and consultation with the scientific communities. Because when I entered this community, to be honest, I was quite a bit shocking when one of the findings from the TAP and SEP, I don't remember which one, it says that one solution under the IPCC is and has to be anticipated to be kind of the destroying the ozone layer, the aerosol injections, because in the IPCC, it is one of the solution for the climate change. So instead of being a solution, it will maybe become another problem for the ozone protection. So that's maybe the improvement of the consultation and coordination between us, it will be done very important. The awareness from the scientific community is one important point, because in my understanding and my experiences, every pledges, every commitment is based on the scientific findings. So in our in our experiences, so that's maybe we have to be careful. So we have to be coordinated among ourselves, just to avoid another problem. So that's maybe my thank you.
I agree fully, and I think, you know, we saw a decision to look further into that at the MOP, and I think that the SAP will, you know, they've put a little bit in their last quadrennial assessment, and there'll be more in the next one, and I think that they're very cautiously watching the research, and you know, they're very careful. They only, you know, they only incorporate third-party reviewed research. I mean, it's very similar to UNFCCC. So, so I think it is an important point, and there are many. We don't want to end up with unintended consequences if that's the direction the world takes. So, it's a very good point.
Yes, that's very important issue, and I believe that in the future they need more collaboration between different treaties, you know, communities, and we will not repeat something or do something, you know, in the future we need to do it again. That's, I believe we will find a solution, you know, to fit for, you know, multiple purpose and benefits. So thank you again. Thank you for this event. I really appreciate.
Are there actually people watching? No? Oh. Why? Well, I've got my slides on there. Sorry, man. We're live? Yeah, okay. All right. Hello, everyone. No? Okay. We've got a few people paying attention. That's good. Hello. Are you going to stay or are you going to go? Maybe we stay. Okay, please stay. Please stay. All right. Yeah, so hello. I'm Mark from Atmosphere. And I have the pleasure today of chairing this little session here on clean cooling and heating best practices with natural refrigerants. Silly question, hands up. I'll introduce the two speakers after who will be joining us. There'll be three speakers. How many of you ever heard of natural refrigerants? No, seriously. Seriously? Never heard of natural refrigerants? Okay, you have. So we all are familiar with natural refrigerants. You're familiar with natural refrigerants, right? More or less. Yeah, a little bit? Okay, cool. Then, so yeah, the argument I'm going to make is very simple, is that you can only have clean cooling with natural refrigerants. It's an important point. Clean cooling is much more than just low GWP. So we've got 3 presentations, but please, I think if you've got a pressing question, put your hand up and then we'll take the question even during the presentation, because this is such a small little event that it makes, you know, you're going to fall asleep if you listen to all 3 presentations before you can have a Q&A. So please, just, if you think, you disagree or you got a question, ask any of these guys. These guys know what they're talking about. So, over to the first slide. For those that don't know, Atmosphere, we're a global market accelerator on a mission, and have been for 20 years now, to clean up cooling and heating with natural refrigerants. That's what we do all day long. Started in Europe, we're active in the US, and we've also got a base in Asia Pacific out of Japan. And we're looking to explore opportunities here in the UAE. And we do a number of things. We have a label that we've called Atmo Approved, which is kind of like a certification process for the best-in-class natural refrigerant manufacturers around the world, and now for contractors as well. We have marketplaces. These are sites, information sites about the latest technologies, trends, players around the world. So we're updating daily. We organize many conferences around the world, I think 75 now on many continents. And we publish lots of market research, and I'm going to show some of the latest information from our latest report that's coming out on Monday, actually. Okay? And we've also published a book on training for natural refrigerants. So those are the kind of things that we do today. I'm really happy to be here, actually. This is my first COP, and it's, to my knowledge, it's the first time that at the COP they're actually paying attention at cooling. I've always said, I've been in the cooling industry for over 20 years, and I've always said we matter, but people don't know. And the fact that we have this event, thank you UNEP for putting this together, the Montreal Protocol team, for putting this together, because it's giving recognition to the fact that cooling is part of the problem but also part of the solution. And the fact that we've got this global cooling pledge that's going to be adopted in a few days' time is it's a big deal, because it will make people globally understand that our industries matter and they have an impact. And you know, cooling is everywhere. Everyone on this planet, I mean, there's 8 billion of us, there's 7 billion that can say that they have a reasonable quality of life. The last billion, unfortunately, are struggling. But if we assume 7 billion, those 7 billion people are using systems, mechanical systems that use cooling and coolants every single day, everywhere, all day long. And those things leak. There are billions and billions and billions of these systems, and they're leaking all day long. Okay? We matter, and we're having an impact on the ozone, on global warming, and now on some more environmental issues that we're going to talk about in a second. So the fact that we're here, I mean, people need to recognize that we are everywhere, and we're just invisible. And I think this is going to allow us to become more visible as an industry. And I would argue that the choice is very simple. If you start looking at what really matters, and this is just a sample of some of the criteria that end users need to use, governments need to use, and I think the first one is using the 100-year GWP is artificial. I know that's what we do at the UNFCCC, but it gives you a false sense of safety around GWPs of synthetic refrigerants. If you apply a more realistic time horizon of 20 years, which more and more governments, including the EU, now have as well, then you get to see that what is claimed to be low is not low. Most of the low GWP refrigerants are far from low, and you can see examples here. So, you know, R32 that is claimed to be low in 100 years is 771 with the latest climate science for the AR6. But if you apply 20 years, it's over 2,500. And that stuff leaks. And it's having an impact now, not over the next 100 years, but over the next 20 years. So this we would argue is very important, to have side by side any decision maker, any investor, any end user that has the power to buy technology should look at 100-year and 20-year. And based on both should then determine. And there's a third element that needs to be incorporated is, are these refrigerants, PFAS? Which is, the biggest source of PFAS are refrigerants. And that's why the EU is going to regulate the hell out of synthetic refrigerants. In other parts of the world, they haven't caught up onto that yet, but in Europe, they're definitely doing it. And if you want a PFAS-free, low GWP 20-year refrigerant, the choice is pretty simple. It's the green ones. And guess what? They're all natural. They're not synthetic. It ain't possible if you're synthetic to be ultra, ultra low and PFAS-free. And patent-free. Okay? It ain't possible. Okay, so my argument here is that we've got this trend, this pattern that we've seen time and time again. CFCs, they caused ozone depletion. Then they were replaced by HCFCs and HFCs. They accelerated global warming. And then they were replaced after the last patent cycle by HFOs, and now they're massively causing water acidification with their forever chemicals. It's a nasty pattern, 20 years after 20 years after 20 years, and I think we have to break that. We have to go natural. And this is why I say you can't have clean cooling and heating if you have HFOs. Okay? They have secondary issues that are going to be, these refrigerants will be banned. Just a matter of time. Europe. So I'm going to look about Europe and America in particular. So in Europe, we've got the F-gas regulation that has been basically adopted. It isn't finally published yet, but that will happen after Christmas. But it's the most ambitious legislation in the world with regard to refrigerants and phasing out high global warming refrigerants. It's now officially mandating that natural refrigerants needs to be certified. You have to have certification, mandatory training and certification of natural refrigerants in Europe. That's a huge deal. Because up until now, it's always been a voluntary thing. Now, in Europe, you're going to have to actually offer training and certify for natural refrigerant alternatives to HFCs, which is a huge deal, I would argue. There's also a reference to PFAS in this text. There's also a reference to 20-year GWP in this text. And there's also a reference to other application areas like mobile transport refrigeration and air conditioning, which are the segments that will change next. The phase down. Basically, we're going to reduce. So we have the red line is the red one or the orange is the current F-gas regulation. The blue, the dark blue, is the one that was done by the EU. It's EU's commitment under the Montreal Protocol Kigali Amendment. And the latest text is the light blue, and you can see that by 2050 they're gone in terms of new refrigerants. So it's a big deal. It's going to have a massive impact. It's going to force a lot of change over the next 5 years across multiple segments. This is combined with bans that are going to be applied across many different sectors. F-gas regulation previously was all about commercial refrigeration. Now it's going to be more than commercial refrigeration. So they're expanding that. These are just examples of refrigeration, but you also have chillers and you also have heat pumps and AC. I've got 5 minutes, so I better hurry up. So there's bans coming. So it's an ambitious phase down, and there are bans coming. And there's a lot of nice little bits in the text that we're very happy with. This is going to create a very good legal framework for Europe, which, as we know, in the natural refrigerants, Europe has been leading. And a lot of European companies, naturally, they want to continue innovating, and they're seeing opportunities around the world to bring their technologies. And we have two examples here. The PFAS. PFAS is serious in Europe, regardless of what the chemical companies tell you. There are going to be bans for multiple HFOs and HFCs in different segments over the next few years. It's just a matter of when. Whether it's going to be in 2027 or it's going to be 6 years later or 12 years later, or there's going to be a derogation. If the natural refrigerant side of the industry can show that we don't need HFOs for future equipment, then they will be banned faster. It's as simple as that. And now, the UN Montreal Protocol is paying attention to this. Back in a few weeks ago in Nairobi, they've now said, well, we need to look at this very seriously based on what the Europeans have been doing, which we would argue is the leader in this space. Because in other markets like the US, they have a different interpretation. In Europe, 50+% of emissions of PFAS are from gases, refrigerants. And in America, they claim that that's not the case. So a different science there. But I guess we know where that's coming from. This is going to go global. In the US, they're also bringing in bans. They call it the AIM Act, and they've had technology transitions. There's basically bans, but they can't use the word bans in the US for political reasons. But we're also starting to see a general trend towards low GWP 100-year refrigerants. In certain states, like New York, they also use a 20-year GWP reference. And that's a good model to follow in different specific states in the US. Here's some data. We published a report, or we're publishing a report on Monday, which is a free report for people to see, to just kind of give a state of play of what's going on in refrigeration, which is the area that's had the most development with natural refrigerants so far. But heat pumps, chillers, and many other applications are coming too, okay, just to be very clear. What we're starting to see is that Europe is definitely leading. This is transcritical CO2. There are transcritical CO2 supermarkets in the UAE. I'm actually going to visit one next week. Working fine, even in high ambience. This summer, no problem. In Abu Dhabi. Sorry, not Dubai, but Abu Dhabi. Okay? So they do exist and they do run even here. And these are the data that we've collected. We're now over 70,000 CO2 installations in Europe alone. That's business as usual. That's done. It's done. The game over. Refrigeration in Europe is going natural. That's it. It's done. Now it's about moving that to other markets. And we're starting to see that appear in the US now. US is where Europe was 10, 15 years ago, and they're at 2,000. But the expectation is the US is going to take off as well over the next few years, and they will go faster than the Europeans, as they generally do. When they've decided, they'll go faster. This is a breakdown. I've run out of time, so this is also about hydrocarbon cabinets. So I'm not talking about domestic refrigerators or these types of cabinets. Well, actually, yes. So there are millions of these. Sorry, there are millions of these, and they're growing. And this is in Europe alone. In the US, this is low charge ammonia. So we're starting to see also a trend for less and less charge for ammonia systems. And that's starting to take off as well. And ammonia will compete, will reinvent itself for the 21st century, and it's going to create opportunities for ammonia. Why can't you have low charge ammonia for cooling buildings? Why? I mean, that's a no-brainer. So, I mean, that's a huge opportunity for ammonia industry to capture. Kenneth is smiling and agreeing here. So, I'm going to throw out data. It's enough. You can get my presentation. I've run out of time. So anyone want a question? I'm being told by Thomas to shut up. Any questions? No? It's all self-obvious. Okay. All right. So next up, is it Kenneth? You're going first? All right. Could we put the next slide, please? Ooh, yeah, it's Kenneth. So Kenneth Hoffman from GEA. Lives in the UK, but Danish originally, works for GEA, a massive player, mostly in ammonia refrigeration. They're well known for the ammonia refrigeration, and he's a real expert on heat pumps. And he's going to explain to us that, heat pumps with natural and industrial applications are a no-brainer too. And he's got a lot of experience. So over to you, Kenneth.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I'll go through a bit of what GEA is doing regarding ammonia refrigeration and heat pump, and how we see the future and where we are moving in the future. Because I think this is actually quite an important slide. Because when you look at what we are doing at GEA is that we are focusing on decarbonization. This is not something we just are saying, we are actually doing. So when you look up on the top, we want to, our own manufacturing process, we want to make it, reduce our carbon emission by 60% by 2030. But the most important figure up here is the scope 3, which is our product at the customer. So we are going to reduce the carbon emission that our products are emitting at our customer with 18% by 2030. And by 2040, that will be completely eliminated. That will be carbon free. And GEA, we do a lot of things. And I think that's perhaps, oops. The next one here, where we do separators, we do liquid powder, food, and so on. So I think it's every third chicken nuggets and every quarter of beer is made on GEA product. So all these, all your chicken nuggets, all your beer will in the future be made carbon neutral. If it's made on GEA equipment, in the future it's meant to be made carbon neutral. And how will we actually do that? We were going to do that by integrating processes. So, because you can look at one thing, you can look at a pasteurizer, you can look at the maltery or fermentation and so on, but you can also look at the whole process, and that's where GEA have the competence. We do the heating, we do the refrigeration, we do all the different processes, and by working together, we are able to minimize the energy in each process, reuse energy wherever possible, and upcycle the energy. So if we have low waste heat somewhere, we upcycle it to the right temperature needed in another process. So that's how we, instead of using 100% fossil fuels, which many of our customers do today, if they use GEA equipment by 2040, that should have been reduced to zero emissions. This graph here is from IEA, and it kind of shows our path. How are we going to move forward towards carbon neutrality? And as you can see, there is a lot of milestones there that we need to achieve before 2050 to become carbon neutral. I've highlighted two of the milestones here. There is the 2045, 50% of the heating needs to be met by heat pumps. And that's where I jump up, because that's my business, and that's a huge challenge, but also a huge opportunity. Because when we need to, transfer 4.5, what is called, it's 1,000 megajoule, right? Into heat pumps. That's a lot of heat pumps that needs to be introduced into the market. But the other one is probably even more important. It's by 2035, we need to have best-in-class cooling and heating efficiency. And then we get back to this cooling pledge that we need to do something, and we need to do it fast. If we need to, by 2035 to have the best-in-class heating and cooling efficiency of the equipment that is getting into the market, that changes need to happen. And one of the change is to move to natural refrigerant, because natural refrigerant are more efficient, and that's clearly a way to go to this carbon neutrality. And why is best in class important? When we look at the energy consumption today, it's not changed much since 2010. We see that 22% of our global energy is electricity, 50% is heating, that's mainly some sort of fossil fuel. Then we have land transport, and we have some other transport sectors, which are another 28%. But what's happening when we move forward? Then all the land transport is probably moving to some sort of electric vehicles, so that adds another 5% to those 22% we have. The heating, if we are changing all that to heat pumps, that's another 15% to the 22%. So what it means to our electricity is, first of all, we need to decarbonize our current electricity production. So 22% of the total energy demand needs to be decarbonized. But then we need to decarbonize another 20%. So double the amount we need to install renewable energy, so wind turbines and solar and so on. So it's not only today's electricity consumption, but it's actually double the amount we need to build of renewable electricity sources. So if we don't go for best in class, it's no longer 15%. So we might end up having to triple the electricity grid and production if we don't go for best in class. And that's why it's so important that we move to best in class heating and cooling efficiency. And why do I talk about this? That's because ammonia is a fantastic refrigerant. Zero global warming potential, no PFAS, as Mark just said. It's highly available. It's used in the agriculture industry. We use less than 1% for our refrigeration and heating. So it's always be available. It's very cheap. And regarding safety, it's important to mention what Mark also said. Go for low charge. If it's low charge, we are down to an amount where the only one who is really at risk is the service engineer who is working on it, and he has the qualification to operate the ammonia plant. We are down to as little as 50 grams of ammonia per kilowatt in our lowest charge solutions. Efficiency, of course. If we go for best in class, then efficiency is important. And here is a comparison. We tried a lot of different refrigerant in our compressor, and as you can see, ammonia came out on top, up to 40% more efficient than some of the F-gases. So that's really important. And then when you also look at the heat capacity you get out of each cubic meter, or for this compressor, it's significant more than any of the others, which means smaller pipes, smaller heat exchangers, and so on. So that's why we need to move towards natural refrigerant. Our portfolio, of course, has a lot of standard product, and if we start with the completely standard, the red heat pump series, that's where we are looking at the lowest charge ammonia. Then we have our customized solution. So these goes up to 3 megawatt, beyond 3 megawatt up to 10 megawatt. It's some customized solution. Not as low charge, we are probably looking at 100 grams or thereabout for the customized solutions. And when we look at the graph of where we are in regards to our heat pump portfolio, so the standards pistons compressors is the red ones. They do a temperature lift of up to 60K. We have the red Astrum do a temperature lift of 80K. And if you then need a higher temperature lift, you do a combination of chillers and heat pumps, so they call it the blue-red fusion. So, and then finally we have the customized at the end up to 10 megawatt. Chillers, same story. We have our completely standardized solution up here, which has the lowest ammonia charge. Of course, if you go for the air-cooled options, not as low as the water-cooled. And we have a modular approach to the larger sizes, or if there is any specific requirement. And you see up to 5.8 megawatt of our biggest ammonia chiller. Let's then have a quick look at what we do here locally. GEA is working together with a company called Aderest, and we have formed a company called Great Refrigeration. And what they have been doing over the last 4 years is that we see that natural refrigerant is becoming the thing here in the Middle East and North Africa. They have moved from around 30 megawatt up to now 90 megawatt over the last 3 years. That is a huge increase, and it is because it is important. It is important to the customer to have the best in class efficiency. Here we see where they are operating and the different processes they are involved in. The district cooling is very small. That is today 99% or 99.9% done with F-gases. But there's always a day with that things will change. A grade, of course, is working in refrigeration, but mainly in the dairy and also leisure industry. Here we see a snow dome, but we are working in a lot of different businesses, and it is based on reducing the operating cost for our customers. And what they actually are seeing now, what we didn't think, is that there is an increasing demand also for heat pumps in the Middle East. They are seeing that we do need to optimize the efficiency, both regarding cooling and heating, and that's what drives this growth in natural refrigerant in this region. Thank you very much. That's all I had for today.
Any questions for Kenneth? All right, I have one. How could your solutions help a district cooling end user here in the UAE or the region? You said that 99.9% of systems right now, district cooling networks don't use or use HFCs, right? Do you think they could use ammonia?
It's a big challenge. I think the district cooling in this region is huge plant. We are talking multi megawatts. So chillers of up to 50 megawatt, and you saw the biggest one here is 5. So if we are to replace that with 10 of our chillers, it's going to be a big task. But that's something that needs to be developed, and for the future. Or they might even go to hydrocarbons. Who knows? It doesn't necessarily need to be ammonia that they change to.
All right, thanks. Okay, how are we doing for time? We're actually on time, right? Wow, you still awake? Oh, it's good. It's good. All right. So next up, we have Michael. All right, where is this slide? You there? Yeah, Michael Fryer. So he's CTO for Guntner Europe. I assume that's still the same title. You haven't changed? Yep. So Michael is going to update us on what Guntner are doing, who are also a leading German player, but global presence, active in this region too. And they're experts in heat transfer. So a round of applause.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to represent the Guntner family here in Dubai again. Actually, we are a kind of old family. So Guntner was founded 92 years ago in Munich. And as you do it normally as a startup, you do it in a garage. So Mr. Hans Guntner actually founded the company in his garage. And back in the days, we dealt only with natural refrigerants. So it was CO2, it was ammonia, and it was also sulfur dioxide, which is not used today, but it's right now it feels like we are turning full cycle right now. Today we are in operation globally with almost 5,000 employees and 50 locations worldwide with 6 production plants all over the world. And I'm here to show you not specifically technical details, though I'm a refrigeration engineer, but I don't want to bore you today with technical details, but I want to show you what have been done. We don't need to discuss about technical solutions because they are actually there, and this is what I want to show you today. One thing is important. We believe as a company that there's only one future for all of us. And we also believe that it's our responsibility as a corporate, as a company, to provide that and to change our industry step by step. And we believe so much in it that we actually planted one of our production plants. This is a live picture, it's not a rendering. It's a production hall where our products are produced, and we've planted that with plants. So that's why we call it the planted plant concept. And the plants help to create the most healthy environment for our workers, what you can imagine. And this is actually how we are tackling things. So we are really serious about sustainable in general. So coming back to because today it's about clean cooling and heating. And as Mark correctly stated, all of that, you cannot have clean cooling and heating without natural refrigerants. So for us as a company, every second unit what we sell which can be operated with a NATREF, is operated with a natural refrigerant. So it's a very good portion of our business today. And what you see is also the numbers in CO2 equivalents with our units in the application with natural refrigerants, what we actually save for the earth, which is quite significant. And here's some best practice examples. All of them, what I show you, is about heat pumps, because heat pumps is a very important application nowadays, not only in Europe, but I want to show you the technical things what we have achieved, and you can apply them all over the world if you want. On the very left side, you see a very easy installation that was done with glycol. It's not a natural refrigerant, but glycol enables you to actually operate with other natural refrigerants like propane, for example, for several reasons, to have it also run with a NATREF behind in some machinery room. Here, one of the challenge was to find a very efficient defrost system for the heat pump, which was done by the specific design of this unit here. Let's see if that works. No, it doesn't work on the left-hand side unit. And that's okay, we are good. On the right-hand side, though, you see a huge installation with propane in a heat pump application. So in regards of safety aspects, of course they are there because propane is explosive, that's okay. But we have technical solutions for them. With the right safety measurements, you can even propane in an installation like that. And this heat pump delivers almost 1 megawatt of heat for the surrounding homes and contains 1 ton of propane. So it's not a problem, you can do that easily. In other installations, on the left-hand side, we have ammonia. This is pump operation, not direct expansion, what we've heard. But Kenneth actually also stated you that it has the highest efficiencies. That's right. This one delivers 15 megawatts of heating capacity to the surrounding homes, is safely operated. You see it's a large installation though, but it can be easily handled. It's not an issue. From a price standpoint, it's a little bit more higher price, but you get the best energy efficiency out of that. And we believe every cent is worth putting on ammonia heat pumps. On the right-hand side, you see an industrial heat pump with CO2 as refrigerant, direct expansion, also a quite big installation, 2.5 megawatt of heating for the surrounding homes. And what's special here in the background of the heat sources, you see that huge tank. That tank actually contains the warm water heated up by the heat pump, which allows the operator to switch on and off the heat pump. For example, when the electricity cost is very low, the heat pump is switched on, the energy is stored in that tank, and you can shut off the heat pump for defrosting or when the energy prices are rising. So much about heat pumps. So there's definitely energy in the air, and we need to use that because it comes for free. Energy is everywhere around us right now, especially here in the UAE because it's very warm here, but you don't need heat pumps, most likely. Regarding that, and to show you how important that is, only our company and only in one country, which is Denmark for that example, over the last 3 years, we supplied heat sources with 150 megawatts of capacity, so which is almost 500 megawatts of heating capacity, what has been done in Denmark. So I would say Denmark is right now, it's the measuring sticks when it comes to heat pumps with natural refrigerants. And which brings us to the next topic, and this is energy efficiency, because there will be a transition to electrical driven heating and cooling. And this is not me saying that, this is actually Professor Beuding saying that. And you see him and 25 of his professors meeting up in the headquarters at Günther. So we provided the conference to them, so we shared thoughts about the electrification of heating and cooling. And this is what also science says. So more and more will be go electrical, also the heating. If we have that, and having in mind that already cooling is using 17% of global energy consumption, we also need to take care about energy efficiency, because to help out also the other sectors like transportation, because transportation will also go electrical, and we need to save the grids from overloading. So we also have a responsibility to saving the grids by having higher efficiency heat pumps and cooling systems whatsoever. And that's what we do. Where's the 17% again? So cooling is, let's say, part of the problem, but we also have the solution in our hands. And I would like to show you what we have done with that. There has been a lot of talks about direct energy emissions, let's say, by putting electricity to the compressor, for example, or to fans to operate them. But there is another phenomenon which is very crucial to the operation of refrigeration or air conditioning units, and this is defrosting. To every unit which is providing cold, ices up. And to bring them back into a state to provide cooling again, we need to defrosting them from time to time. What we do is putting thermal energy inside, and almost nobody thought ever about defrost efficiency. And this is what we did in the last years. And the aim was, and we calculated that, if we would come up with a system with just only 20% better defrost efficiency, we could save 500,000 tons of CO2 equivalents in Europe alone. So 20% was the target. What we have achieved, and don't get me wrong, it's not an advertisement, I just want to show you what's possible. With that tiny unit, it's really a very small evaporator, but it is used in thousands, if not millions, installations globally, in small restaurants, in small applications. There's literally millions of installations about that. That unit alone, we increased the defrost efficiency by 67%. Remember, the goal was 20. And this unit alone saves 4,000 kilograms of CO2. And this is a technology, it's there. You can just use it, you just need to apply that. And with such results in our back, we are really boldly set ourselves a lot of pledges. One of them, it's actually 6 pledges, some of them are dealing with energy intensity in our production plants, water reduction, all of that. But there's one which stands out for that event right now. And this is the full conversion of our product portfolio to 100, so that every product is accessible also for natural refrigerants. I showed you that 51% we do right now. We want to go 100% by latest end of 2030, but I think we can do it earlier. And as I said, there's also a pledge regarding saving water, because water is also a precious resource what we need to save, and it's also part of green cooling and sustainable heating. And I brought you some references to just show you what we have done together with our partners. Where is that project, Red Sea? It's just by coincidence. It's actually a district cooling project. And in that district cooling project, so normally you have these huge cooling towers which require a lot of water to cool down the plant. In that project, we made it happen that we use 0 water for that district cooling plant. So there is no water wasted, no water consumed whatsoever. In another one, this is an ice rink in Canada. So sports is also where refrigeration is actually. I also want to show you a little bit where refrigeration is, because refrigeration is all around us. Ice rink. Sounds not so important, but it is. In that installation, they went to a natural refrigerant, CO2 in that example, and they also go to a certain technology, what we call HydroBlue. It's an adiabatic cooling system. They save up to 90% of water and 30% of energy. Just like that, with a new refrigeration system behind. And that's my favorite one. That penguin actually lives in a zoo in Mexico. And this is also where refrigeration is. Because he needs to be cooled down to an environment where he actually can breed. So because penguins only can breed at a certain temperature level, and that temperature band is very narrow. And this is also what we provide with natural refrigerants, preserving not humans, but also animals. And where's that ski center in Norway? You can discuss why would you have a ski center in Norway. That's a separate discussion, and I don't have time for that right now, but there's a good reason. Actually, this is the biggest installation of CO2 in Europe, and all of the energy taken out of that skiing area is used. It's probably the biggest and largest heat pump installation as well, because all of the energy is used to heat up the nearby town, a complete, fully town. So it's a very sustainable project as well. And some of that technology is also used for other sectors, like hydrogen, which we need for other reasons. And that's it. I hope I was able to inspire you what refrigeration is about. And solutions with natural refrigerants are there. And clean cooling and heating can always only be achieved with natural refrigerants. That's our brief belief. Thank you very much. Any questions?
We have 15 minutes. We have 15 minutes. You want a microphone? Do you have a microphone?
As I said, this is actually what's required by our customers. So what we see,
Say no.
we also need to live as an organization. No, we have that for certain reasons and for certain markets. So what I see, and lately I've been in Brazil, for example, to tell you that. Huge ammonia installation, 40 megawatts of cooling, the most sustainable refrigeration installation what I've seen lately, let's say. So everywhere I'm traveling, I see sustainable cooling solutions right now. Let's say it's not every day in the world we are on the same level, let's say. But what I see, and this is really positive for me, every country has started its way to natural refrigerants and clean cooling and heating. But we are on different stages. We are quite far. You have seen the installations for CO2 in Europe. And as Mark correctly said, it's a no-brainer in Europe, at least in the supermarket business. And more will follow. But we are a global operation, and that's why, we are not there.
Any? Yep. Hand. Yep.
Can I just ask, won't there always be some limitations to using natural refrigerants, just because they have to be, some of them synthetically made to certain standards because of the flammability, because of the VOC content, toxicity? Won't there be some limitations to applications you can use them in?
All of those limitations, from my point of view, we are not a contractor. We are just a provider of the heat exchangers. But all of that, and you saw that installations. I mean, 1,000 kilograms of propane is really a big deal. So there is technical measures available, safety measures, and of course you need detectors and various safety mechanisms you can install, which is actually used also in our lab. So we are also running an ammonia and CO2 lab in an environment there shouldn't be any incidents, but there is a lot of measures behind that to just avoid that. And for me, it's state-of-the-art technology to prevent it. But yes, there is a risk, but there's always a risk in life. When I enter my car, I'm taking a risk. But we can mitigate those risks with technology.
More importantly, it's probably legislation that needs to be changed, because there is I think the safety there's a pretty good control of, but legislation is really from country to country. There's countries where 1,000 kilos of propane would not be possible. So that's definitely something that needs to be changed if we really want to go for the natural refrigerant everywhere.
I have a question for the two of you. She pointed out this kind of the risks of using these substances, right? What is Gunther and Gea doing in training? If you can share some insights.
So what we have started now, doing significant more training, because we see that there is a need and there is an interest. There is a lot of people who have already signed up and are willing to participate in the training courses we are offering. And yeah, I think it's a matter of that there just need to be more training available, because yeah, there is definitely a lot of people who is willing to go into this.
Well, in Europe it's going to become compulsory now, so that will help. There's another question here, yeah.
You want to answer first? No, you mentioned about legislative changes. What are the good, effective changes in the policy that will drive the transition in industries, in your experience?
But I think it's regarding the handling of flammable refrigerants, because as we saw previously, all the natural, almost all the natural are flammable except for CO2 and water. But yeah, and to handle them, I think there's a lot of places where there are different sorts of legislation, which makes it more complicated to install these, and it's very different from country to country. So even in EU, where they try to have a common legislation, still huge differences from country to country regarding how much flammable refrigerant you are allowed and what you need to have in place to handle it and so on. So that's definitely one of the big changes that needs to be made.
I have a question. How could we capture all the waste heat here in Dubai and make something useful out of it? Because there's a lot of heat being wasted. And is there not a way to do that with natural refrigerants?
Why not? You are asking good questions today, Mark. But I've seen there's the world's biggest water park here, so probably we can use the heat to bring it over there. I think heating grids like district cooling and district heating is also an issue, and you need to be set up like that as a country or as a society as well, because I believe technology and technical solutions will always be there. The only thing I'm hindering us from recycling heat or energy in general is, from my point of view, with everybody I'm talking to, is it's cultural, social or governmental, or there's always other reasons, but technology was never the reason to do things like that. And for Denmark, for example, they are set up in a completely different way. So they are really used to have heating grids, while Germany, in contrary, everybody is used to, I need to have my gas boiler in my own home. I want to own that. And that's also cultural things which needs to change. So I think technically, from a technical point of view, we can do, I'm an engineer, sorry, but from a technical point of view, I think we can do everything.
Kenneth, I know waste heat is a big deal for you, so what would you say?
Yeah, I don't have the solution, because if you go outside, there's a lot of heat in general. It's not only waste heat, so it's difficult to see how. But of course, in process that need heating, there is always a possibility to upgrade heat, and that's also what I mentioned earlier, that we now see a request for heat pumps. And if you have processes that you run 8,000 hours a year and you might have cooling going on, then why not recover that heat in the process and boost it into the process? For example, we have already installed actually 2 heat pumps in Egypt for a chocolate company that of course needs a lot of cooling, but they also need heating, and that combination works when you have an operation that needs cooling and heating at the same time. But the huge amount of cooling here, I don't think you will find the equal amount of heating being needed.
Right, no heating needed, ever, 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 ever. Yeah, got another one here.
So we are here at COP. 2 companies, I think around here, I've seen a lot of policymakers talking, but you have the knowledge, right? You are on the field. What do you think policymakers need to understand to include cooling into COP? So make it more important because it is important. So what do we need to do? What do you need to do as companies?
What we are always doing is talking to, really, to just make aware that cooling requires 17% of energy globally. And it's a huge factor. And I believe we have all the solutions in hand to reduce that significantly. Also with the defrost efficiency, I believe that we have a good portion and to make really an impact also globally on that. And if you put heating also together with cooling, it's almost 50%. And when we do the transition into heat pumps, I mean, it's just a huge thing. So we have it on hands, and my mission is always to just talk, show you guys what is there, what do we do on a daily basis, and to make them aware that just apply that.
Yesterday we heard. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I think also we see that there is a lot of development going on. I was at a conference earlier this week on industrial scale heat pumps, and I think all the different manufacturers that were there, they all to some extent working on a natural refrigerant solution. And I think the same is going on within the refrigeration business. It's not official yet, but I think they are all looking at it. And so in the coming years, that we will see more and more product being developed for natural refrigerant and being available in the market. I think one of the issue is if you go to the shop today and ask for an air conditioning unit, he will most likely offer you an F-gas unit because that's the one he has. But if there were more product with natural refrigerant available, you would also be able to have them and more would be sold.
One other thing comes to my mind, what's really also important, and that's more a message to the financial sector, because when you invest money in synthetic refrigerants or in installation with synthetics, that will become a stranded asset soon. It's just a matter of time. And I think that's also, if not the most important thing, where's the money going to? And we need to make sure that it will be sustainable solutions, and those guys need to understand that NatRefs is the only way to provide sustainable solutions in that sector.
I have a question for district cooling here in UAE. Yesterday we heard the UK, there was an assessment, they basically identified up to 5% of UK emissions were from cooling. Yeah, but it could go up to 5%. I'm curious, because you were talking about 17% of electricity globally from cooling. I'm curious, have you ever has anyone ever in the UAE calculated the emissions, or how much of the total emissions of the UAE are from cooling?
So basically, cooling in general, both traditional and district cooling, consumes around 71% of electricity.
71%.
Yeah.
Oh my. So it's the same numbers, but just as he said, inversed.
Yeah, inverted. Yeah.
Wow.
No, I mean this is electricity, right? Yeah, but I mean you need to convert it to the rate of what electricity is being produced at, and you get that. No, this has not been done.
No, but is the UAE going to sign up to the cooling pledge?
Yes.
Because they're going to have to give that data in the future,
exactly.
right? Yeah.
As far as I understand, 71% are the part of the electricity consumption, so it doesn't take into account refrigerants are a different issue, totally different issue.
But
and refrigerants is marginal compared to this indirect emissions, clearly marginal. In that case,
No, I mean I don't think this issue has been looked at right now. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else want to ask a question, or forever hold your? Okay, you go ahead, Thomas. Oh yeah. All right. You got a tough one, haven't you?
No. Well, I don't think so. Can the natural refrigerants, can they be reclaimed the same as the F-gases?
Yeah,
Why?
general ammonia you always reclaim. You can't release it. I think CO2 they don't do much to reclaim. They just release it. But of course, all the hydrocarbons also reclaimed because you can't release flammable refrigerants. So in general, yes, they are all reclaimed. Yeah.
All right.
Who's giving the opening remarks? Leslie. So I'd first like to hand over to Leslie to give the opening remarks. Over to you, Leslie.
Thank you very much, and let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this side event as well. It's a very topical issue, very pertinent one as well, and so we're happy that you're able to join us. So it's a very crucial discussion that we're going to be having on preventing the dumping of inefficient appliances with obsolete refrigerants in various regions of the world. And today we have a very distinguished panel that's going to do that. But before I introduce the panel, I'd just like to reiterate that this ongoing and widespread sale of these less efficient appliances with many of these obsolete refrigerants is a very severe threat to a lot of the work that have been done in countries throughout the world. And this quote-unquote appliance dumping, it really exacerbates the efforts that we are making with regards to climate change and the strain that it is putting on our electricity grids and the increase in energy cost for consumers, as is evident in the class studies across Africa and Southeast Asia. But there is hope, there is a silver lining at the end of the sky where actionable measures can prevent all of this from happening. And so far we've seen some actionable measures taking place already within the Montreal Protocol community. We've had a recent decision at the last MOP in November that addressed this particular scourge. And even with the recent update of the EU F-gas regulations, a lot of mention has been made there, and this issue is addressed there as well. So it's a win-win for all of us, and so this event that is hosted by CLASP will actually show how these interventions roll out globally and how they could reduce billions of tons of CO2 equivalent over the next 25 years if we were to address this particular issue. So I welcome one and all to this, and you will have an opportunity at the end to field your questions. And so before I introduce the various speakers, or before I introduce the first presentation, I would introduce the speakers that we have here. So permit me now to introduce to you Kofi Agiyako, who is the Director of Renewable Energy, Energy Efficiency and Climate Change at the Guyana Energy Commission. Kofi. Permit me also to introduce Mohamed Derda. He is a Special Counsel for MENA and Africa from the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Okay. And I'd also like to introduce Lauren Butcher from Efficiency for Access. And of course, Bishal Thapa, the Senior Director at CLASP. I am Leslie Smith, your moderator. I'm from the National Ozone Unit of Grenada, very small island in the Caribbean, but we have been a strong supporter of this particular initiative to prevent the illegal movement of these inefficient technologies and obsolete refrigerants to any part of the world where they are being sent. And so what I would do now, I would introduce the first presentation, which will be done by Mr. Thapa. And so it's over to Mr. Thapa to deliver the first presentation to you. And this presentation will be based on pathways to prevent dumping of inefficient ACs in Africa and Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Leslie. Thanks for the introduction and for sort of setting the stage and highlighting the importance of this issue. So one of the things that I think we hear recurringly throughout the high-level speeches is the notion of trying to bring back some balance in terms of putting people more centrally on the issue of the climate response. And this, the relevance of dumping is one area where people can be placed more centrally. It's really win-win for planet and people. This call to action for getting onto the pathway to prevent dumping of inefficient appliances with obsolete refrigerators is, I think, a great example of how we can centralize the climate response with a focus on people and not just the planet. There's two studies that we have conducted, and dumping is an issue that appears recurringly. The first one in 2020, where we told the story on Africa, and then the second one more recently, where we focused on Southeast Asia. I'll just speak about the Southeast Asia one that's more, it's more current, but I think some of those Africa issues will also come up from the panelists as well. Dumping, broadly defined, is simply where a product or an appliance or equipment is being sent from one country to the other when it doesn't meet the regulations of a particular country or exporting country. Now, when we think about dumping, I think first thing is to sort of gravitate towards thinking about dumping as, you know, just in terms of import and export. But it's also important to recognize that in South Asia specifically, and also it's true in other parts of the world, dumping can also be where the production is taking place in the countries which are using these appliances, but it's being driven by companies or multinationals that are essentially skirting their own regulations. So we're thinking of dumping as essentially a gross and vulgar sort of leakage where you are skirting national regulations and you're also skirting the commitments that several companies, private sector companies, have made in regard to the goals that they would like to uphold. The focus in our study in Southeast Asia was around 6 countries, and collectively these countries represent 90% of that demand. So it's a pretty substantial segment in this region. Approximately 8.3 million is the annual ACs sold in this market. Just to put it in perspective, India's demand is currently around 11 million. So these two, some elements of Southeast Asia, are one of the fastest growing centers for ACs in the world. I'm not going to go through all of these slides in considerable detail, but I'll highlight for you the key points as you go through, and I hope I encourage you to just take a look at the report. It's quite an interesting read all the way through. The big story here is about 8.3 million ACs in Southeast Asia, out of which 75%, so 2/3 of those 8.3 million are in effect low efficiency or inefficient ACs. Out of that, another 2/3, or approximately 70%, is produced locally. And it's produced by MNC companies, out of which approximately 42% is through local subsidiaries of MNC companies that are essentially not meeting the regulations of their own companies elsewhere. About 12% is from joint ventures with these MNCs, and then the remaining is local companies. And about 30% are essentially imports, out of which 82% are from China. But even though they're from China, they mostly represent Japanese and South Korean companies that are getting manufactured in China. In China, approximately 93% of the ACs that come into this region are not meeting the minimum energy performance standards that are there in China. So 93%. And to give you the relevance of it, China is the largest exporter of ACs in the world, right? 37% of its ACs that exports globally are not meeting its own minimum energy performance standards. Coming into this region, 93% is not meeting, so there is a substantially higher volume. At the same time, the transition to R32 is happening, but still the obsolete refrigerants continue to be used, particularly in Singapore and Thailand. It's not uniform across the countries, but this is the trends that we see. If we look at the impact from what it would be if we were able to if we were able to reverse some of this dumping.
if we were to implement the China minimum performance standards and all of these exports, and for those locally produced ones, if we were to get to that and begin to transition to these low GWP refrigerants, we find that it would result in 1 billion tons of CO2 savings over 25 years, and also $1 billion of energy savings for consumers. So it's a pretty substantial saving. It's a tremendous scale. And as I mentioned to you, this is just a market of 8 million ACs odd, which is going to be growing pretty fast. So based on this study, we're calling for several action. The first one is to look at what can policymakers do, both in exporting countries and then also in importing countries. In importing countries, obviously, policymakers can move towards migrating towards the introduction of minimum performance standards that at least look at trying to use the energy performance standards that are there in other countries. So the regional Southeast Asian countries are trying to converge in 2025 and adopt at least the minimum energy performance standards of China. For exporting countries, we're calling on them to begin to start closing the loopholes that allow exports not to be covered under the minimum energy performance standards, and to require their exports as well to meet the same standards that is necessary for their own domestic constituency. And then finally, on the private sector side, we're calling for companies to be true to the commitments that they have made. If we studied in this report 27 different brands pretty extensively, we find that many of them have taken on commitments to go net zero. Many of them have taken on commitments to go emission reductions, including from the products that they make, so covering scope 3 emissions. And so what we are calling on the private sector to do, and particularly manufacturers of AC, is to be true to those commitments so that they can be implemented in the production that is there. That was the brief I wanted to provide. You can see the QR for those reports. I encourage you to look at it. It's a lot more depth than I have presented, and some very interesting data that is sliced. And I think it'll give you a very good indication of how big this opportunity is and the types of action that we could have to prevent dumping. Over to you, Leslie. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Tapper, for this very capsule account of the studies that have been completed by CASP. And I think this really sets the stage for the rest of the discussions that we're going to have, and for whetting your appetite in terms of where we're going to take the discussion as well. So I'm very happy that the stage has been set in that manner. We have a very clear picture of what the situation is, what has been done from the research, and the recommendations that you've put forward as well. And so what I would do now, I would introduce our next speaker, who is from Ghana, and who is going to... So I'm going to offer now some questions to our next speaker, Mr. Kofi from Ghana, who has been a champion of this cause as well, Ghana leading the African countries at the Montreal Protocol level with reference to getting some action to deal with this particular issue. So Kofi, as I call him, my good friend as well, drawing from your successful implementation of energy efficiency policies in Ghana and curbing the non-compliant appliance imports, how can Ghana's experience be applied to other countries in designing and implementing effective energy efficiency policies, particularly in the context of these air conditioning systems? So over to you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. And I want to say that I'm very glad to be here and be part of this discussion, because it's very important. As we have all pledged to ensure that we do not exceed the 1.5 goal, then we need to recognize it as a global target, that we all need to contribute to our quota in reaching that target. Now back to your question. Leslie, things do not happen by chance or accident. They are caused to happen. Indeed, Ghana has made tremendous strides when it comes to the appliance label standards and labeling space. We started way back 2005, and we have continued We have not relented on our oars. Although we started with only 3 appliances, and now we can boast of about 19. We have standards for appliances right from the kitchen through the office to the factory. I think that we rock shoulders with the only country in Africa that has standard for transformers, and that is Egypt. Yes, we also do have standards for transformers. But I think that for the benefit, for the purposes of this discussion, I will want to limit myself to cooling appliances, because that is the topical issue that needs to be discussed. Now, I agree with you. For the progress that Ghana has made, there is the absolute need to replicate it in Africa. But there are certain roadblocks that have been identified. Those roadblocks need to be removed before the replication can take effect. And the roadblocks are 2. The first one has to do with the story, I won't say story, the kind of in-depth analysis that CLASP has done. Dumping. Dumping is the first roadblock that needs to be removed. The second roadblock is institutional framework. So allow me some time to deal with dumping. Over the years, Africa has become very attractive to obsolete cooling equipment. In fact, it has almost turned the cooling appliance market in Africa into the market of lemons. If I say market of lemons, it means that we have too many bad products that are trying to chase away the good products from the market. So at the end of the day, you have a kind of market that is toxic, and that is what is called market of lemons. That is what is being experienced now. And I'm very happy that at the last Montreal Protocol meeting, the whole world has come to accept that indeed dumping is an issue, and it calls for a concerted effort globally to eradicate that menace. So kudos to Montreal Protocol for taking that bold step. Dumping needs to be eradicated before the good things that we have done in Ghana can be replicated across the African continent. Touching on the results that CLASP just presented to us. You see, only 6 South Asian countries, if they consume energy efficient cooling appliances, they stand to save $148 million. It is also on record that about 74% of all the cooling appliances that are consumed in Africa are obsolete or substandard, if you want it that way. They are inefficient. I want to bring audience attention to one thing. For all those of us in the developing countries, electricity is a very scarce commodity. And therefore, if these inefficient appliances are dumped on us, they are energy guzzlers. I term them the zombie appliances. It forces us to wantonly dissipate the scarce resources that we have. And that is part of the reason why many African communities continue to live in darkness. Why? Because the commodity is scarce. And the little that we have, we are dissipating it on the altar of the consumption of inefficient appliances. And that is why it is important to call global attention to it, so that we kind of stem the tide. I think it is fair. If we are looking at climate justice, then the issues that I'm putting out there is fair. Now let me quickly touch on the second hurdle that needs to be crossed, and that is institutional framework. In Africa, a lot of countries have situated energy efficiency in the various ministries of energy. The ministries of energy are political institutions. They cannot enforce standards. So here, the advice is that before we can achieve a meaningful replication, there is the need to have a framework, an institutional framework that will give impetus to energy efficiency. Institutions must be created, and they must be given the necessary legal mandate to be able to prescribe standards and also come up with laws to enforce the standards. And so long as these institutions continue to lack in Africa, then it becomes a business of not knowing who does what. And that is what leads us always into talk shop. We meet, we talk about energy efficiency, but we go home and nothing happens. Nothing happens because we lack specific institutions that have been mandated to work on energy efficiency. So these two roadblocks must be removed first. And if they are removed, the way will be paved for the replication of the good things that have happened in Ghana to move across the entire continent like bushfire. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kofi, and you've really introduced a lot of important dynamics here. The whole issue of the zombie appliances, the lemon market, you call it, and painting the real picture for us of what is happening in Africa. And again, we want to commend you on the strides that Ghana has taken with all of these regulations and standards that you've implemented. So I think it's a very good example for the rest of Africa to emulate. So we're going to move on to another question. This time I'm going to pose this question to Mohammed, another good friend of mine. And Mohammed, with your experience in ozone and climate change issues, can you shed light on how legal frameworks can be enhanced internationally to effectively address the challenges posed by the dumping of these inefficient appliances, especially in the context of Southeast Asia and Africa? And in your view, what is the role that the Montreal Protocol can play in stopping the dumping of these inefficient appliances, and what is needed to facilitate this? It's a very long question, but I hope you grasp the gist of it and be able to do some justice to it as well.
Well, thank you very much, Leslie.
I'm from CAP, so we are not supposed to attend, or we have been unable maybe to confirm our attendance, but I'm here if you need anything.
Okay, all right, yes, no problem. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Mohammed.
Thank you, Leslie. So for me, like I see the question of dumping as a question of compliance. So Montreal Protocol is the right place, because you may see Montreal Protocol as only the ozone depleting, that deals with ozone depleting substances, but actually the Montreal Protocol is the only treaty that has the expertise to deal with the cooling in general. So, and the reason why Montreal Protocol has been successful is that it relies, and it's based on common but differentiated responsibility. Unfortunately, in this case, we see that this principle has been misused. So we have that grace period. That grace period allows developed countries to actually comply. So we're going to see this with the HFC, with the Kigali Amendment, while it's going to be very difficult for developing countries to comply with the Kigali Amendment. What happened, I'm from Morocco, and we tried, our MEPs are not mandatory, so we tried to change the market. We established a buyers club targeting bankers. You know, bankers are are very important economic actors. But what we realized back in 2017, all the purchasing managers of major banks in Morocco didn't know anything about non-HFC alternatives, nothing. They contacted their suppliers, and then they were so proud that they could actually, they made very good deal. They made very good deals by buying like very cheap room air conditioners. They said the first time we managed to get like a $200 or $250 room air conditioners in their branches. And then we realized that all these room air conditioners are using R22. So they were not actually making good deal. They were actually getting banks of their, they have to manage those refrigerants at the end of the day. We have to take this issue very seriously at Montreal Protocol. Parties in Montreal Protocol have the mandate to tackle this issue. I know that right now we managed to get some indications of recognizing the shared responsibility between the exporting countries and the importing countries, because for us, the way dumping is understood is exporting room air conditioners that fails to meet the environmental safety and energy efficiency standards in the original country or the manufacturing country. So I don't know if it answers your question, but
yeah. Thank you very much, Mohammed, and for putting that perspective and the work that has been done through the Montreal Protocol with the recent decisions. But I hear from you too that more still needs to be done, not only from the Montreal Protocol, but from all of these exporting countries and their efforts in this regard. So we're going to move to somebody who's going to be my good friend after today, because so far I've introduced two good friends of mine, and the only female on the panel as well, Lauren. So Lauren, this question is for you. Are there any tools or methodologies that could aid policymakers in preventing the dumping of these obsolete technologies and appliances? And how are these tools helping to shape effective policies in this area?
Sure. I can speak to some of the tools that CLASP has developed to do just that. We have we have many tools that are freely available to policymakers and all other sector stakeholders working in energy efficiency. I think one that's of particular interest to this topic is MEPC, which is our Appliances and Equipment Climate and Energy Impact Calculator. That tool is a calculator that policymakers can use to assess the impacts of minimum energy performance standards. And very excited to announce that the tool will soon include options to explore the impacts of refrigerants as well. And so you'll see in the dumping study that we produced, we also looked at the climate and energy, climate implications of aligning refrigerant usage to U4E model regulations. And so those types of capabilities will soon be available in MEPC. Beyond that, we maintain a policy database called the CLASP Policy Research Center that mainly has minimum energy performance standards, but we also include a number of additional policies relevant to cooling appliances in that database. So I'll be brief and just name those two. Oh, actually, there's one more. We do maintain a compliance toolkit, and that is a good starting point for policymakers to start to think about compliance and how they might tackle that issue within their countries. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Lauren. And I just want to ask you a quick follow-up question, because we're happy to learn of these tools, the MEPC calculator and others. But what is the plan now to roll that out so that you get worldwide distribution and use of that, so that countries can actually make use of it? Because it can be done by you, but it can sit there. Do you have any plans to roll that out?
Yeah, we've done some webinars where we've demonstrated how the tool can be used for many different use cases. And I know our climate team often works directly with governments and has done some trainings on the tool. So those are good starting points, but yes, I think I'll have to follow up with my colleague Matt Malinowski, who manages MEPC, but I know there are a number of resources online that demonstrate how you can use the tool and some specific use cases for policy.
Okay, thank you so much. So earlier today, at the beginning, we had a nice capsule presentation from Mr. Thapa, and so I would want to ask him a question relative to his presentation and with his extensive experience in the area of energy, climate, and sustainability. How can we foster that collaboration between private sector, public sector, civil society organizations that promote the adoption of energy-efficient appliances, considering the economic considerations highlighted in the class report that you briefly presented on earlier on today?
Thank you, Leslie. Great question. Our first role that we can do to foster that collaboration is really to try to document some of these issues as we've done here. And I think that's the basis of it. But second is really to shepherd the process as much as we can. And I want to try to answer specifically to the 2 points that both Mohammed and Kofi also raised. So, how can we, through our research and analysis, I think what we're trying to do is look at ways that we can continue to strengthen the Montreal Protocol in terms of its application and implementation, that resolves some of these issues, identify where we think the leakages are occurring and help strengthen that by pursuing it. Like Kofi mentioned, in terms of strengthening the standards and labels that are there in different countries, the institutional frameworks, I think there's a lot that we can also do to provide neutral but strong technical advice in terms of enhancing those policies that enable governments to look at preventing such kind of dumping. So as civil society, our job is really to try to be the shepherd as much as possible, providing opportunities to identify these issues and also rally the troops that need to come together to help turn this more into specific actions through technical advice or in forums. And I just want to document one recent victory we have, not really related to cooling, but we've been supporting the Minamata Convention quite extensively over the last few years. And as you know, that's resulted in a significant international agreement that is now leading to the phase out of mercury through CFL. So it's similarly, I think what we've done there is really an example of that process. So it's really about being a shepherd and to sort of focus more on these kind of research, provide the data to go with the analysis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tapper. And so I have another question for Kofi, but before I ask Kofi, I just want to put into perspective how all of that has implication for small island developing states as well. Because the issue now might be Africa and Southeast Asia, and if we are to curb the situation there, it is likely that it can spread to other regions of the world, particularly small island states with economies in transition that are essentially technology takers that don't have that sort of regulatory framework in place at the moment. And so what my advice would be for small island developing states and countries with economies in transition is to ensure that there is the political will that would establish all of those requirements, regulatory requirements, to prevent those situations from happening. So minimum energy performance standards is one area. Incentives for energy efficient and environmentally friendly technologies by virtue of maybe tax concessions, rebates, and so on, that would make it more attractive to go in that particular direction. And a robust public awareness and education campaign that can educate the end users of the equipment in terms of what is available out there and what are the technology options and choices that they need to make, notwithstanding the cost implications that these appliances may have. And so that would be my advice. The question to you, Kofi, is that with the recent decision of the Montreal Protocol that you have been actively pursuing on behalf of the African states, and in what is now in the EU F-gas regulations, how do you see that having a positive impact on this situation in terms of the prevention of the dumping, so to speak, of these inefficient appliances with these obsolete refrigerants in your region?
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. I want to state it here and now that that decision is a very important decision. We fought for it, we have attained it, and it's something that we need to be very proud of. The underlying rationale has to do with shared responsibility. Definitely, those unwanted, in quotes, equipment are produced by somebody. They are transported by somebody before they get to the destination of consumption. And per the details of that decision, it is placing responsibility on the doorsteps of those who are producing and shipping to stop. That is one leg of it. The other leg of it is that it also places a responsibility on us, the consumers, also to raise our barriers so that these things do not get into our territories. So in as much as we expect the exporters to do the needful, the consumers should also do the needful. And that is the principle of shared responsibility. And it is going to be of tremendous help to those of us who are net consumers. I think you recall that we are in transitional phases as far as these refrigerants are concerned. And it's important that we don't create banks in the consuming regions after the developed world have reached decision point. So that is the kind of caution that we are throwing out there, that yes, you have the freedom to phase out, but make sure you do not dump them on us so that it begins another cycle of problem for us to be able to reach a decision point. Because we don't want a situation where we will attend global fora like this and be told that Africa is not being responsive. Africa is not living up to expectation. Africa is not complying or going by their pledge as far as mitigation is concerned. So this is one big advantage that that decision will bring to us. But before I drop off, I think let me give credit to where credit is due. I think you asked questions, 2 questions from here. In terms of the calculator, in fact, Ghana is now a big beneficiary of the calculator that has been developed by CLAPS. I have a young man here who has overnight become an expert. So with a punch of a computer button, we can tell you how much carbon dioxide we have saved out of the energy efficiency trajectory that we are treading. And then for CLASP has a role to play in the Ghana energy efficiency success story. We started with CLASP in early 2000s. And personally, I have worked with them for over 15 years. They have been there to provide technical assistance most of the time. And one interesting thing is that when you are faced with some technical issues, you just send an email, and there's somebody out there, you may not know the individual, but you just send it to CLASP, then you get help. Somebody bails you out of that problem. So yes, that technical assistance, they started providing it long ago. In fact, those that I started working with, I think some of them have moved on, but it's good they have been replaced. and their calculator too is very much on point. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Kofi. So, Lauren, that brings home the point that you were making. The tools are actually in use already in some parts of the world, and class must be commended for that. Before I take Mohammed, I just want to say that we are just speaking about the Montreal Protocol. So I want to recognize the Executive Secretary of the Ozone Secretariat, Meg, who is here, and who has been at the helm of things at the Montreal Protocol. Welcome, Meg. Right, so Mohammed, you have the floor now to make a comment.
Yeah, you asked about the F-gas regulation as...
Yes.
I think we should be...
Can we get some more volume on the microphone for the speakers, please? Thank you.
That is very important because it shows that some developed countries are listening, they're worrying, but we have to be very careful about this new regulation. I don't think it answers or it deals with like the issue. It's not going to solve the issue because there is some loopholes there that we have to be careful about. That's all I want.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to afford the opportunity for the audience to ask some questions, but while you formulate your thoughts, I just want to throw something out to the class representatives that are here. From the report that you presented, Mr. Thapa, there were some recommendations that came out of it. So while we take the questions, maybe you'd want to tell us how these recommendations can now be implemented, maybe by you or by the various regions, to effect the changes that we want to achieve. So the floor is open now for questions from the audience. Yes, so kindly introduce yourself and then direct your question to a particular speaker or speakers.
I'm Khalid Klali. I'm from Ozone Action, UNEP. I thank you very much for the interesting session and for the excellent interventions by the panelists. I have not much to add, but I wish to highlight the issue of need for developing, updating maps at countries, because this is when we talk about the dumping of inefficient equipment, so the measure will be the standards we have in the country. And unfortunately, as all you know, support is not provided to countries to develop their maps. So this is the starting point. And after that, you need also to develop the national capacities for testing and certification. Without that, I think we move nowhere. So in many instances, in many countries, we help, during the past 3 decades, we helped countries to develop their national standards, regulations, enforcement capacities, but not related to energy efficiency. This is a new area. In our region, at least in West Asia region, countries are having very optimistic maps, but you feel that there's a big gap also, or there's a big window for improvement in terms of certification and enforcement. This is very important because when you cannot, in many instances, rely on the certificate coming from outside with by the importers. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important comment with reference to testing, certification, and validation of the equipment. Any other questions or comments before I turn to our class colleagues? So you have one here? So we have one from gentleman from Ghana.
So thank you very much. My question goes to Mr. Thapa. First of all, congratulations for your achievements in the Minamata Convention. We know that quite a lot of people in Africa are still struggling with CFLs, not to talk about LEDs. Now with this introduction, it's clear that there will have to be a lot of upskill. Is there anything in place, from CLAPS and the group that supported Africa to submit the CRP at the Minamata Convention to upscale and help communities, like what has happened in India, the Ujala project, is there something like that in place that can also help? Because Ghana is also looking at meeting its commitments as far as the Minamata Convention is concerned.
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe we can take an immediate reaction from CLASP
Sure.
before we take another question.
Yeah, I think let me answer your first question also that you said what we're doing, and then that might lead into this as well. So thanks a lot for those questions and remarks. I think, obviously the study is only the starting point. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg. Now you got to go down into the water and fix the rest of the stuff. So there's a number of things that we are attempting to do. One is work with the Southeast Asian countries and see if we can build some harmonized standards and trying to encourage the adoption of those standards, the ASEAN standards, using both China MEPS and also the U4E model regs for 2025, and introduce that so that at least those imports are there. So that's one very tactical move that we are trying to do. That would be one path. The second is we're also trying to engage with stakeholders in China and try to encourage them to expand. I was talking to one of the colleagues earlier, and there's an example coming out of Europe that's looking at putting these kinds of regulations for exporting units, which would be kind of like a first model that other countries have done. So we want to try to adopt that. So we're working there as well. So I think those are the two mechanisms which we're doing it. In specific to Minamata, even though this is not a part of this conversation, I think everybody is still recovering from the bruises of that long battle, and so they're trying to figure out sort of what happens next. But I think it is that they are beginning to sort of put together the pieces, both tactically, to see how do we now move forward to try to, in some sense, accelerate some of those gains. And we want to borrow from the example in India, in Ujala. So we ran, we've been documenting some of the successes of Ujala over the last few months, very specifically, with the goal of trying to see how we can build that towards case studies that could be expanded internationally. So it's certainly in our radar, but I think that'll take a little bit of time to work through.
Thank you very much for the response. So Lauren, you've been there quiet for quite a bit. I want to pick your brain a little bit. And I want to piggyback on the comments made by our colleague from Ozone Action with reference to standards, the ambitious nature of them, energy efficiency, and what is currently happening. So from a recent workshop that the Montreal Protocol had on energy efficiency, it was indicated that energy efficiency has improved about 5 times within a very short time. And so when these MEPs are set, they become obsolete very quickly and need to be revisited and so on. What advice you have as to how we can approach this particular issue where efficiency in rack appliances are improving, standards are being developed, and how we make that balance in terms of setting the right MEPs to deal with this improvements in energy efficiencies?
Yeah, happy to speak to that. I think one point of reference might be CLAS's most recent report, the Net Zero Heroes, where we wanted to identify a series of ambitious yet achievable targets for the appliances sector that would put it on about a path to net zero emissions, or a path that would get us close to net zero emissions by 2050. And within that report, we have specific targets for cooling appliances. I think in many cases it would require most countries to double the efficiency of their MEPs. And for many countries that would mean basically aligning them with the U4E model regulations and China's MEPs, like we've discussed in the report. So that report has, like I said, specific targets. And what we've also learned from another CLAS report where we looked at progress toward the product efficiency call to action, which was launched in advance of COP26, where countries committed to doubling the efficiency of 4 products. We're seeing that policymaking is not keeping pace with what's needed in order to actually double. So the key thing is governments need to really amplify the pace at which standards are being set, and then also raise the ambition and make sure that ambition matches where we need to go in terms of a 1.5 degree world.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not sure how much time we have left. We started late, but we just gone past the 5:30 mark. So maybe we can wrap up at this time. So I would just want to thank our distinguished speakers, Kofi from Ghana, Mohammed, who has been around for quite some time, Mr. Thapa and you, Lauren, and to you, our distinguished audience, and for really exposing this issue at the level I think we ought to, because this is indeed a very serious issue. It's a multifaceted issue, so it's not only about energy efficiency, it's not only about obsolete refrigerants, but it's also about how we manage the end-of-life treatment of these obsolete technologies that would reach these particular destinations. And of course, the work that CLASP has done with the research and the report that they have prepared, I think it'll be useful for us to really dive into this report and see the recommendations. And as I mentioned earlier, it can be Africa and Southeast Asia today, and when it is stopped there, even before it is stopped there, it can get to other regions. So we need to look at it from a global and holistic perspective to ensure that this is curbed internationally. So I want to thank all, and thank you for your time for coming out here. It was indeed, for me, a very inspiring session, and I hope it was for you as well. I thank CLASP for organizing, and congratulations, and good evening to all.